everyone. Welcome back to Keto and Crime. Today I'm doing something very special for you. On Hulu, last month, while I was on vacation, I did take the time to watch it. I am still putting my notes together, but Hulu released an awesome docuseries called Cult Massacre: A Day in the Life, referring to the Jim Jones People's Temple tragedy of 1978. It was exclusively interviews with survivors of the massacre. And it is a massacre, whether or not, yes, they technically committed suicide, but it was a massacre. But what led them to that? This documentary covers a little bit of the history of Jim Jones, but mainly it's focusing on the week leading up to the tragedy in 1978. People's Temple has always been something that has fascinated me, and I've done several videos on it. I've also reviewed a movie, or will be reviewing a movie, that is very closely based on it, and it's just fundamentally confusing to me how someone could get to that point that they think they'll commit suicide just because this one person told them to. And it's a tragedy, and it's an interesting look at the human psyche. About 3 years ago, I did a 4-part series based on Tim Ritterman, who was featured in the documentary, his book on Jim Jones called Raven. I did a whole 4-part series on the beginnings of the People's Temple, their years in Indiana, their years in California, and then, of course, their years in the Guyanese jungle, which led to the tragedy. And I found it to be really fascinating. It was quite successful. People loved it. I consider it one of my magnum opuses. I mean, it is just, I'm very proud of it. But the one thing I've never done is put it together in one concise, long video. It's 4 parts. Those 4 parts will remain on my channel in the People's Temple playlist, but today what I'm doing is recutting them into one long, non-broken documentary, if you will, that I'm very proud of. It's going to be close to 4 hours long. I don't expect anybody to sit and watch it all at one time. If you do, God bless. You can certainly just listen to it. It's definitely good for listening. As you know, it's just mainly me talking. But I would appreciate it if you take a look at it, especially if this interests you. If this doesn't interest you, I have done videos on so many different cults. I have a whole cult watch playlist here on my channel. Check that out. Cults are just something that fascinate me. And with that being said, let's dive in to the story of Jim Jones and the People's Temple. Someone goes so wrong. What you're seeing is footage of a 1971 People's Temple meeting, probably in San Francisco, where the Reverend Jim Jones is about to speak. The phenomenon of the People's Temple and Jim Jones himself is one that is still debated among scholars and psychological experts. Why? Because how did someone that started out with such great intentions go so wrong? Jim Jones was a pioneer in progressive policies to help those that he considered less fortunate, a pioneer of the civil rights movement. How did somebody that started out with genuine intentions of helping others end up causing the murder of almost 1,000 people, if not more? We probably will never know. If Jonestown had never happened, the massacre had never happened, I think we would be studying Jim Jones for a whole other reason today, as he would go down as a pioneer of the civil rights movement. But instead, what we have is somebody that started out on a good path and then gradually spiraled down into something that I don't even think he realized what it was, and was using religion to forward a Marxist, socialist belief and essentially take advantage of people and control people. The manipulation of all aspects of life that went on with People's Temple members was an extraordinary example of the control that cults have over people, and it's one that should be studied and immortalized to prevent it from happening in the future. Hey everyone, welcome to Thought Crime and Keto and Crime.
Look at her hair. My God, do you need money to get it cut?
I'm back in my Nana's house. We're going to be talking about Jim Jones and the People's Temple. This one could be quite a long one. There's a lot of information that I found that I was not aware was true. Lots of stuff that's both weird and fascinating, and I don't know why I'm picking up my hairbrush and showing it to you. But very weird, some very weird stuff, and I want to cover it all. My plan is to cover this in several sections, so there's going to be kind of an introduction and background. Then we're going to go into Jim Jones' childhood, and then I'm going to go into the Indiana years of the People's Temple, and then to the California years of the People's Temple, and then on to actual Guyana. So we probably won't get to the massacre until the very last episode. So if that's the information you're here for, then I highly recommend waiting for the final episode of this series where we will cover that. But if you are like me and want to know the whole story or the rest of the story, like Paul Harvey used to say, I'm really old, that Paul Harvey used to say, then stick around for all the episodes because I found out a lot of really interesting stuff. I even found out that I might have possibly had a cousin in the People's Temple, which is really freaky, but we'll get to that. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? What was the People's Temple? The People's Temple was, at a glance, a church within first the sort of an independent Pentecostal. Then it became absorbed into the Disciples of Christ, which from what I understand is kind of an offshoot of the Church of Christ, and that they allow instrumental music and some other more liberal progressive things than the Church of Christ does. And then also at one point it was also kind of absorbed into the Assemblies of God, but the independent Assemblies of God. So we'll get into all that, but it was at glance a church. And then from there, it kind of morphed into a social movement and a political organization. And then from there, we know it became a cult. And I think what we're going to see is that it was always kind of a cult, at least a cult of personality, in the form of its leader, the Reverend Jim Jones, which is going to take up the majority of this video. So it was always kind of a cult of personality, but then it morphed into an actual murderous doomsday type of cult. And of course it ended with probably the biggest mass suicide on record. I mean, it even trumps that of the Branch Davidians, and so definitely one that has always captured our curiosity. It was one that I think that if the story had ended a lot sooner than it did, that is if they didn't go to Guyana, or if they went to Guyana and actually did what their original vision was and hadn't gone all winky-dinky and killed everyone, I think we would have been reading about Jim Jones and the People's Temple in today's history books, talking about what a progressive organization they were and how they were leaders in the civil rights movement and the social justice movement, and how they did so much for the integration of some very segregated parts of the country. So I wish it had stopped there. I wish I wasn't even having to make this video, but that's not what happened. So let's get into it. And to start with the People's Temple, we have to start with the birth of its leader. James Jones was born May 13th, 1931 in Crete, Indiana. He was the daughter of Lynetta Jones and James Thurman Jones. Now Lynetta was very interesting. She was definitely ahead of her time as far as being kind of progressive thinking and definitely being a feminist. We're talking about right in the middle of the Depression era that she kind of grew up and came of age. So it was definitely culturally proper for a young woman to only seek out marriage and family. So definitely more culturally acceptable for a woman to seek out marriage and family. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I think however way you want to go is fine. But it was what women were expected to do, and she did not want to do that. In fact, she very animately, from the time she was a child, declared that I want to have a career, I want to be a businesswoman, I want to be like my stepfather. And her stepfather was a very successful businessman, so she looked up to him, and she wanted to be just like him. So for a long time, she wanted to go to college. She wanted to do exactly the opposite of what the social mores of the time would dictate that she should do. And then her mother died when she was very young, in fact, under the age of 20. And from that point on, she changed her tune. Something turned in her when her mother died. And instead of pursuing a career, pursuing being a business owner, she decided she did want marriage and family. But she was a little bit older by the time she actually started dating. So let me just tell you something about this era. My grandmother got married, and not the grandmother here, but my other grandmother got married during this same time frame that when Lynetta would have been. She was 13. So there was nothing unusual or wrong about people wedding very, very preteen-esque. Not saying that's okay. I'm just saying it was a historical fact, both men and women. So even though she was only in her like mid-20s by the time she decided that she wanted to get married, she was already an old maid by those standards. And the man that she found, the man that showed her interest, that wanted to marry her, was James Thurman Jones, who was 16 years her senior, a World War I veteran, and also partially disabled. He had lung ailments. I really couldn't find anything saying exactly what he had, but I'm going to venture that it was probably COPD or emphysema from smoking, because he was a smoker. So I'm going to venture to say it was that. He drew a very small pension from the Army, very small, and attempted to make it as a farmer in the Crete, Indiana area. And that's where he and Lynetta got married and attempted to make it as a farmer. But again, right in the middle of the Depression era. So think of the movie of Mice and Men, you know, the Dust Bowl. Even though it was Indiana, not Oklahoma, you were still in that same breadbasket of America area. And of course, the farm failed. It was, you know, Lynetta had to pitch in and help because he did have a lung condition, and also he had a little bit of lazy. We're going to get to that. And the farm failed. And so they decided to move to nearby Lynn, Indiana. That was a town of about 1,000 people, but it was a, you know, incorporated township, so there were more jobs there. So that's where they moved after their farm failed. And a lot of farmers were moving out of farming into the cities at this time because they, in quite honesty, couldn't make a living farming because everything from the commodities market to everything had bottomed out. So it was very difficult to make a living as a farmer at this time, and a lot of them got foreclosed on. So, moved to Lynn, Indiana, and this is where Jim Jones grew up. However, once on arriving in Lynn, Indiana, where James Thurman Jones had family, and his family were Quakers, so they were pacifists, and he was kind of the black sheep of the family because he had joined the Army. And they didn't really care for that, so even though they had moved back closer to his family, he was still kind of considered an outcast, so it wasn't the greatest relationship with his family. They didn't help very much, if that makes sense. So, but they were able to rent a small clapboard type house that had a barn and a little bit of acreage to it, and this is where Jim Jones grew up. But because of his father's case of lazy, he was just kind of a loaf, definitely an alcoholic, even though this was just after Prohibition, and Lynn, Indiana really didn't feel Prohibition because Lynn, Indiana was always dry. This is a town of 1,000 people with 20 churches in it. So, and you know, that's not unusual in the Midwest and the South. So definitely it was still a dry county. They never even knew Prohibition was a thing. But still, he liked to drink, and he got it in illegal ways, of course, and spent what money he did have on that. He did some odd jobs. But what he really loved to do was play cards, so that's how he busied himself. Every morning, he would pull his butt up out of bed and walk down to the local pool hall, where they didn't serve alcohol, at least legally, and he would sit there and play pool and drink coffee and soda and play cards all day, while Lynetta went out and worked 2 jobs. She worked at a couple of stores. She also worked in one of the many factories around Lynn, Indiana. There was a tomato canning plant there. There were textile mills around there. Very industrial area. There were also near Richmond, Indiana, which was about 15 miles away. And she would sometimes carpool with people that work there to some of the mini factories there. And so she worked a lot to support the family. And as a result, little Jimmy, from the time he could move around on his own, was kind of on his own. He was seen many times playing in the yard outside with no one watching him. Child protective services really wasn't a thing in this day, so a lot of this happened. I know in some of in my 𝗟𝗀𝗃 video, we talked about how one of the convicts during the Battle of 𝗟𝗃 had been kind of looked after by his older sister, and she set him too close to the fireplace, and they both caught on fire, and he was left brain damaged as a result of that. So, but yet CPS didn't come. Same here. CPS didn't come. It really wasn't a thing. So little Jimmy was literally left to his own devices. Even his father was supposed to be watching him, but of course, as soon as Mama was gone, Daddy would go to the pool hall. He would simply try to lock Jim in the house, but that didn't work. You know, maybe as a baby, that's what they did, but he was a toddler toddling around by himself. And he actually learned to walk, legend goes, by pushing a small red card. He would simply push that red card around, and that's how he learned to walk. And there was another story where a neighbor by the name of Myrtle Kennedy, who will play a very important part in Jim Jones' religious development, happened to be looking out of her window. She kind of kept an eye on Jimmy because she knew he was out playing by himself, and she would often bring him in the house and clean him up and feed him because he was kind of dirty. She even spotted him a few times with excrement on the back of his pants. I mean, that's how neglected this poor child was. And I don't think Lynetta or James Thurman Jones should have ever had children, and definitely shouldn't have been married. They were definitely a dysfunctional family. And so Myrtle would watch him from her window, and she recalls seeing him playing by the train tracks. She was on her way out of the house to stop him because she was afraid he was going to get hit by the oncoming train. And the oncoming train did zip by him, but the cow catcher caught his little red card that he always pushed around learning to walk and drug it away. So you had little Jimmy laying there in the dust. His boobie has just been pulled away. So she recounted that. And she said from that moment on, she took him into her home, and he stayed with her when his parents weren't around, which was most of the time. And Jimmy was exposed to Myrtle Kennedy's very extensive beliefs in religion. She was an avid believer of the Bible, a true fundamentalist. She actually exposed him to the Nazarene religion, which is just a mainstream type of Christianity, nothing wild. And that's where she took Jimmy to church with her, and Jimmy started to really get into the Bible. He learned to read from a very young age because of Mrs. Kennedy. She would give him all kinds of books to read, and so he grew up reading the Bible. He read a lot of the classic literature, what was written at that time. And as he got older, always very advanced for his age, he started reading the works of Karl Marx, Stalin, Lenin, Gandhi, and even read Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. He's often been quoted as saying he admired the social order of the Third Reich, but did not care for their worldview or the way they treated people, their human rights. But he did admire the order that came during the Third Reich and in Stalinist Russia. Not that he cared for their brutality, but that he admired the order and the way that everybody supposedly had everything that they needed. So little Jimmy grew up from a long time reading all kinds of stuff and getting very interested in the economic theory of socialism and communism, which will play a heavy part in his later life. Also, Jimmy was an avid lover of animals. If a stray needed a home, he would pick it up. Dogs, cats, goats. He had a very menagerie out back. They had a little pen out back at the little clapboard house, and he put all kinds of animals in there and would go out and play with them. He would take care of them. He would have funerals for them when they died. I mean, he took care of those animals. He also became pretty obsessed with his appearance. He's been described, in fact, the signature book on Jim Jones is called Raven. It's by Tim Reederman, who was a survivor of the Jonestown massacre, the massacre at the landing strip, which we will get into much later. And he wrote the definitive book, and it was called Raven because Jim Jones had jet black hair, often referred to as Raven, and he kept it cut and styled in such a way, slicked back. He was obsessed with his hair from the time he understood that appearance mattered. He also was obsessed with shining his shoes, washing his clothes. So he started, with Myrtle Kennedy's tutelage, started doing a lot of the domestic stuff around the house that when Lynetta was at work and when his father was out playing cards and doing what his father did. He also, because their family was kind of considered weird, it was very weird that the woman of the house would be earning the living, that the people of Lynn, Indiana kind of snubbed her, plus also his mother cussed like a sailor and drank a little and wasn't a puritanical woman about town. So they were just kind of the outcasts, I guess, aside from the Kennedys and maybe James's family. They didn't really have anyone that they really talked to. So they were kind of the black sheep. And as a result, for a lot of his childhood, Jim didn't have any friends. So he would go to he would go around to different churches. He would go to Myrtle's church. He would go around to other different churches and really became really obsessed with the Gospel Tabernacle Church, which was on the outskirts of Lynn. And it was the town's only Pentecostal church. All the others in town were basically mainstream Protestant, maybe a Catholic church, but for the most part, mainstream Protestant, Nazarenes, Lutherans, Presbyterians, Episcopals, just the very nice, sit in the pews and sing and listen to the sermon type of Protestantism. But this Gospel Tabernacle was totally different. There was a female pastor, for one thing, which was very unusual for this time period. We're into the, late 30s, early 40s here. Very unusual for that time. And it was a hoot and holler, bench jumping, possibly snake handling type of Pentecostal church. And it wasn't made up of native Lynians or native Indiana residents. It was mostly transplants from Tennessee and Kentucky that went there. So it was definitely a transplant from the hills of the South, the Appalachian. And I'll link my video on Snake Handlers of Appalachia if you want to see that. But that religion, the Pentecostal religion, is very common in the mountainous regions of Appalachia. And a lot of these people that went to this church were from that area in Kentucky and Tennessee. Hillbillies, outcasts, white trash, call whatever you want to call them, any derogatory name you want to call them. That's the type of church that Jimmy really fell in love with. He fell in love with the passion, the jumping, the hooping, the hollering, and Jimmy fell in with the best of them. Even at 10 years old, he was in there jumping around, faking speaking in tongues because he didn't really get it, but he never really got it. He never really did it. He never really believed. We're going to get into that. But he was in there faking, jumping around, pretending to speak in tongues, and he would always catch the crowd's attention because he's a little 10-year-old boy doing all this stuff. And the female preacher took a huge interest in him and started kind of grooming him to be a child preacher. Child preachers are a novelty. There's tons of documentaries out there about children that have been forced into being ministers by their parents, and they just have them put on a performance and they make lots of money. Lots of them. Just Google it. Child preachers. All kinds. out there. And it's actually the backstory. If you're a horror fan like me and you like the Children of the Corn series, that's actually Isaac, you know, the creepy kid. That's his backstory. He was forced into being a child preacher and was even fed quicksilver to stun his growth so that he would always be a child preacher. Honestly, Jim Jones' beginning was stuff out of a horror film. I kid you not. But anyway, she was grooming him to be a child preacher and kind of trotting him out at services. Well, both Mrs. Kennedy and his mother, Lynetta, got wind of this. And Lynetta actually went to one of the services. And when she saw what this preacher was doing with her son, she got angry and confronted her. And, you know, almost forbade Jimmy not to go back to church. But Jimmy begged. He liked it. So she continued to let him go. But it was at that point that Jimmy started having night terrors, and Jim Jones' lifelong struggle with insomnia began. And he started having night terrors about snakes, which leads me to believe either the story of the serpent in the Bible really got to him, or maybe they were handling snakes when Lynetta wasn't there. But anyway, he started having really bad night terrors. And as a result, Lynetta finally did put her foot down, and little Jimmy was taken out of that church. So he had to busy himself making his own church, and he absolutely did. But eventually, Jimmy did go to school, and he started having actually decent luck finding friends. And he started kind of hanging around with a bunch of kids and sort of became their de facto leader. He turned the loft in the family barn into his own little church. He created a pulpit and an altar. He put white sheets down, and he would invite kids from school over to listen to him preach, and they would come and listen to him, and they would play and get into the service, and they'd be out there having a hoop and holler, a good time. And then Jimmy would help them with their homework too, so it was just kind of a thing. But the adults that kind of witnessed this, they admired Jimmy and that he seemed to be a natural born leader. And he would amaze the children by what he could do. He would let them play with his animals down below, so it was kind of like a petting zoo, so that was a draw to kids. He also had homing pigeons. He would adopt these pigeons and actually teach them to carry messages to and fro, and he would show them how some pigeons would come in, some pigeons would go out, and he would actually put little messages on them and send them out. We don't know if there were actually anybody receiving those messages, but pigeons would come in and out carrying messages. And the kids were just amazed. He would also have funerals for animals when they died. This included his friends' pets. And there were some kind of creepy stories that maybe Jimmy actually killed a couple of animals just so he could have funerals for them. But you would see these funeral processions going through the woods, these kids with these animals. You know, it's a very kid thing to do, but it's a little weird. Also, Jimmy was very interested in science. He saved his money and bought an early version of a microscope, and he would actually, you know, dissect the animals that died or he killed, however they met their end, and he would look at the stuff under the microscope. He would let his friends look at it. He wouldn't let them touch anything, like the slides or anything, but he would let them look. He also tried early versions of surgery. I think this was the most disturbing part. He would do blood transfusions with animals. He also tried to put a duck's leg on a chicken with grafting. That didn't really work too well, but he would try all kinds of stuff. And then there were rumors that when kids didn't want to come over, when he couldn't entice them over with other stuff, he was very Tom Sawyer Machiavellian. I mean, he would convince kids that work was fun and he would get them to help with work. But there were just sometimes kids didn't want to come over, so he would literally lock them in the barn sometimes. There was an actual story where he trapped two boys in his barn overnight. And the only way he would let them out is if they yelled, "Heil Hitler." So it was just, he was a strange young man. That's the only way I can, but he was years ahead of your normal, you know, preteen and teenager in maturity as far as being able to do chores and kind of hold down a household, which he was still having to because he was still kind of left at home alone. He was also smarter than the average kid. He was well read. Also, he sprung into puberty a lot faster than a lot of his friends. By the time he was 14, he had sprung up at least another 4 inches. To hear other people describe it, little Jimmy was well endowed. I don't know why I feel the need to say that, but it's relevant to some of the things he and his friends would do. They would have literal pissing contests where these boys would go out back and pee, and they would pinch, and cause a huge stream of pee, and Jimmy would always win. So he would win stuff off his friends, like money, like trinkets, like bicycles, what have you. So he would literally have pissing contests with his friends, as well as church services and grotesque science experiments. I mean, it's fascinating and terrifying all at once. Jimmy's best friend was a young man by the name of Don Foreman, and they actually met in 1st or 2nd grade and were best friends all throughout their childhood. In fact, some of the earliest memories that Don had of Jimmy was when they would go downtown. No, Jimmy didn't have any money, neither did Don, and they would go down to the local gas station where a bunch of the town men would sit around fixing old cars and drinking soda pop. Well, those boys didn't have money for soda pop, but Jimmy had derived a way to get money for soda pops, and he would light into the most tyrannical tirade of cursing that anyone had ever heard, and the men at the garage thought it was the funniest thing they'd ever did, and they would pay him nickels to curse. So just think of the worst things you can have a child say. They would pay little Jimmy to just scream out obscenities, and this was, at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10. In addition to kind of being a religious fanatic, he also could manipulate people for money, which would play into this. And Don remembers Jimmy going in there and getting enough money for them to get sodas and candy and whatever. So I guess you do what you got to do. But it was during their freshman year of high school that Jimmy started church hopping again, and he went back to the gospel tabernacle where he had been banned by his mom for a couple of years, and he took Don with him. It scared Don to death, and Don didn't even stay for one whole service, but Jimmy did. He actually really got into it. He started going back, and he actually took a white sheet and fashioned for himself a choir robe, and he would wear that to the gospel tabernacle and dress in it and hoop and holler around and have a good old time. And people just thought it was strange. They would see this kid walking along in a white sheet, and Jimmy also about this time started street preaching. He would preach a little bit on the street. He would point out people that doing things that he thought was wrong, and he would call them out for it. He also started doing that to kids who were playing marbles and cards and doing things and cussing. Even though he earned money by cussing, he would get all over kids for doing kid things like playing marbles and jacks and cards and tell them they were going to hell. So he didn't make himself a whole lot of friends outside of Don Foreman, who's just, like I said, had known him so long. He didn't feel the need to break. But the first time Don said that he thought about breaking ties with Jimmy was about the age of 14 or 15, when Jimmy had acquired a BB gun, and they were just horsing around with it, shooting at, little targets and stuff. And Don turned his back, and Jimmy shot him with the BB gun. And Don said he felt like the hot pain go into his leg, and he screamed and looked at Jimmy and said, "Why'd you do that?" And he goes, "I just wanted to see if you could take it." Whew. About 2 years after that, about the age of 17, Don started getting a lot into sports, and Jimmy became kind of a nerd, not even like a sci-fi nerd, just a nerd. He wore suits to school. He always had polished shoes, nice hair. Don became an athlete. Don definitely had Hoosier fever. He loved basketball, football, all kinds of stuff. So they kind of started to drift apart, but Don would often take Jimmy fishing and hunting and things like that, so that Jimmy wouldn't be completely alone. Well, one time they were out hunting as teenagers, and they were hunting rabbits, and Don and Jimmy were walking along. Don gave Jimmy a hunting rifle and showed him how to safely carry it, but Jimmy wasn't carrying it safely. When you carry a hunting rifle, you point it down away from anyone's appendages, and you have the safety on, and you walk with it down like that. Well, Jimmy, he didn't know if he had the safety on it or not. He hoped he did, but he was kind of pointing it down ahead of him, closer to Don's foot than Don would have liked. And he actually kept stopping and saying, "Jimmy, carry that gun the way I showed you. Please don't point it at me." And they kept walking. And Jimmy then all of a sudden stopped and started yelling at Don to stop. And Don turned around and kind of went, "You're not the boss of me. Why are you telling me to stop?" And continued to walk. And he heard the gun go off. And then, searing hot pain in his foot, Jimmy shot Don in the toe. And at that point, the hunting trip was over. They had to take Don to the doctor. He did not lose his toe, thank goodness, but it was just a graze. But still, we're seeing Jimmy show an affinity for telling people what to do. He didn't like being told no. He didn't like it when people broke from what he thought they should be doing. And he had this bizarre definition of morality and what was right to do. So, yeah, he shot Don. And at that point, that friendship would have been over, but Don's not done yet. Don was truly a loyal young man, as we'll find out. But just like Don, Jimmy had affections for girls. He seemed to gravitate toward the richer families in town. He would try to court the daughters of the doctors and the dentists in town. In fact, he did date the daughter of a local dentist for a little while. Her family seemed to adore him. She would play the piano for Jimmy. They seemed to have a really good repertoire, but they eventually broke up. Don also, dated and had girlfriends. And Jimmy seemed to migrate towards smarter and the richer kids. He didn't really have an affinity for the poorer kids in town or even the black kids. There is a legend that Jimmy brought home the only black boy in town, and his father ordered him out, wouldn't let him come in, then Jimmy left home. That legend is not necessarily true. That's just what it is, a legend. Really, I couldn't find any evidence that Jimmy did that to his father, so I think that was just a popular story, maybe circulated by the People's Temple later on. Not saying Jimmy was racist, but there just wasn't a whole lot of black people in Lynn, Indiana. Lynn, let me tell you about Indiana in the 20s, 30s, 40s. It was the national headquarters of the Ku Klux Klan. There's a very interesting documentary called Ku Klux Klan, A Secret History that is just rife with information about Indiana. A lot of the government in Indiana was entangled with the KKK, so it was a very racist place during this time period. So that attitude was pretty prevalent. So as you can imagine, wasn't a whole lot of diversity, at least in appearance there. Probably wasn't a whole lot of diversity in thought either, because as we said, Jimmy's mother was still kind of the brunt of being called sluts and bad people because she cussed and drank and brought home the money in the house, and they considered, Jimmy's father kind of a loaf too, so little Jimmy just got the worst of it there. But he did, as I said, date. He did have some normal interactions. He never really got into sports like Don did. Don played basketball, football, baseball, loved to watch it on television too when television came around. And there was a time where Don actually invited Jimmy out to play basketball with some of his friends, and Jimmy got angry and kind of broke up the game, and Don threatened to beat his butt, and Jimmy basically got in his face, and it was just kind of a bad little incident. From that time point on, Don kind of kept his distance. There was really no further interaction with them outside of school after that incident, and as a result, because Don was a popular kid, Jimmy kind of lost what few friends he did. He became even more of a religious zealot. He, as I said, preached to the kids about no drinking, cards playing, how sports was the gateway to violence and the devil and all this stuff. Also, we're talking 1948, 49. Jimmy's parents split up. Lynetta could not take what we believe was probably emotional, even some physical abuse by Jimmy's father, and they left and moved to the city of Richmond. Indiana, which was a much bigger city with a lot more jobs, you know, easier to find a place to live, that sort of thing, a little more diversity, that sort of thing. And before he left, Jimmy wanted to try to say goodbye to his friend Don. So he invited Don over for supper, and Don rode over on his black Harley-Davidson that he had just bought, and Jimmy didn't like the fact that he had a black Harley-Davidson. He thought it was the road to the devil and very dangerous, and that Don would die on it. And so he invited Don over, and the two had a very nice conversation. It was time for Don to leave, so he got up to leave, and Jimmy ran after him and said, Don, don't leave. Let's talk. I'm going to talk to you about that motorcycle. I'm scared that you're going to get hurt. And Don says, Jimmy, don't worry about me. You do good in Richmond. We'll see each other later, kind of thing. And Don started to leave. And Jimmy said, no, Don, don't go hang out some more. And Don says, I don't want to hang out anymore. I got to go home. And Jimmy ran after him and ordered him to stop. And Don turned around and said, what? And when he turned around, Jimmy had gotten his father's pistol and was holding it just like that on Don and said, don't leave. And Don says, Jimmy, put that down. You're going to hurt somebody with that. And he goes, if you try to leave, I will shoot you. Well, Don thought he was kidding, and he turned to walk toward his motorcycle, and a shot rang out, and it struck a tree just a couple of feet from Don. Don looked around and realized that Jimmy had not only shot, but he was preparing to shoot again, so he ran into the forest area there next to where the Joneses lived, and kind of stayed hidden until Jimmy disappeared, in which he came back out, jumped on his motorcycle, and went home. And you're probably thinking that's the end of Don and Jimmy's friendship. No. Don. If only I could go back in time and tell you about around the BB incident to be done with Jimmy, but no. So Don goes home. He doesn't tell his parents. That was another thing Don did. He would cover for Jimmy. Even when Jimmy shot him out hunting, Don told his parents that it was an accident. So Jimmy never really got in trouble for any of this. And I think that led into his later on thinking that he was above reproach. So parents divorced. He and his mother moved to Richmond. Jimmy's about 16, 17 at this time. And Jimmy starts working at the hospital there in Richmond as an orderly, in addition to going to the Richmond High School. He would also kept on preaching. He would go to different churches in Richmond. He also started street preaching for money. He would put a blanket down and stand on the streets of Richmond in, poorer neighborhoods, and realized that perhaps African Americans were a little more receptive to street preachers than, richer whites were. So he would go to these neighborhoods, and they would actually pitch him nickels and pennies while he was preaching, and he learned that he could draw a crowd that way, in addition to working at the hospital for money to save for college, because he had decided he wanted to be a lawyer and was studying for that. So, also Jimmy admitted around this time that he didn't really believe in a God at all. He believed that God was kind of the gross amalgamation of all the good in people. So that's he was very much for social justice, especially when he saw the plight of African Americans in the poor neighborhoods in Richmond. So he realized that there did need to be some reform, and that perhaps an integration needed to be kind of the, norm of the day. But there was a hard road, and he decided that perhaps he could get into law and help make that a reality. But he also realized that he could easily manipulate people in poorer neighborhoods by use of the term God. So even though he didn't believe in God, he knew that preaching and giving off the personification of a preacher with a social justice message could get him a long way in certain circles. And he learned that in Richmond. Also, Jimmy was considered one of the best orderlies at the hospital. He really was a hard worker. And while there, he met a young nursing student by the name of Marceline Baldwin. And she was the daughter of a local Republican, Methodist, very religious, traditional Christian Republican politician by the name of Walter and his wife, Charlotte Baldwin, who was a homemaker. Marceline also had two sisters, Eloise and Sharon. Now, Sharon, when Jimmy first started seeing Marceline, he would go over and meet her family. They got along tremendously. Now, Marceline was about 4 years older than Jim. So Jim was 16, she was 20, 21, almost 21 at the time. So she was a little apprehensive about actually seeing him, but he won her over. He was kind of a romantic at heart. He did woo her and win her over. And she said that she would actually tell her roommate in nursing school, whose name was Evelyn Ebler, that she was falling in love with Jimmy because of his heart and the way that he wanted to help people, and that she had to help him remove the body of a deceased pregnant woman who had died of trichinosis, which is a disease you get from eating raw meat, particularly pork. It's kind of nasty. And that the empathy he showed for her and for the family made her absolutely fall in love with him. So she started taking him home to meet her family, and Walter and Charlotte liked him. They invited him there for Christmas. He saw the Christmas tree. He had never seen a Christmas tree really before in a home because his family didn't really do anything for the holidays. And he did come off as kind of snide when he started kind of chastising the Baldwins about adultery instead of keeping Christmas about God, even though he didn't really believe in God. But he was trying to put on a good front. And Marceline actually apologized to her family, but, they liked him. They said, oh, it's fine, it's fine. But her younger sister, Sharon had caught rheumatic fever, and actually, as a result, was partially crippled as a result. She had to spend her legs were weakened, so she had to spend a lot of time in wheelchairs and on crutches, and Jimmy kind of became a surrogate older brother for her. And as a result, that made Marceline really love Jimmy even more. In the meantime, good old Don Foreman comes over from Lynn at the request of Jim. Don's looking for work, and Jim actually gets him a job at the hospital with him as an orderly, and volunteers to train his friend. While training his friend, he makes him do the most disgusting jobs you can imagine, and also plays a whole lot of jokes on Don, and other people. For example, there was a couple of stories where there was an elderly gentleman that was admitted with elephantitis of the scrotum. If you don't know what elephantitis is, it just makes things swell up really, really big. I don't know what was going on in Indiana that they had all these weird diseases, trichinosis, elephantitis, but Jimmy was ordered to bathe this elderly man, and he did, but then he also helped him get up, and the guy, elephantitis also affects the mind, so you're not really there. And he actually took off his hospital gown and kind of maneuvered the gentleman where he would walk outside, and actually flashed the nurses with overgrown genitals that when they were standing there getting their instructions from their supervisor for the day. And then there was another time where he played a very nasty trick on Don. This was the final straw for Don and Jimmy. Jimmy told Don that he needed to come up to the operating room. They had actually had to amputate one's leg. And Jimmy gave it to Don, lightly wrapped in a sheet, and told him he needed to take it down to the incinerator. Well, common sense would dictate that you would take this down to the incinerator, put it in, and leave. But Jimmy followed Don and forced him to stand there and watch that leg and smell that leg burn completely away. Well, that was it for Don. Don walked immediately out of the hospital and quit and never spoke to Jimmy again. Now, why would Jimmy do that? I don't know if Jim just had this bizarre fascination with trying to break Don and make Don completely his bitch. But I have no idea why he would do such a thing. But anyway, so Don's gone finally. Marceline is working. She's a very kind person too. In fact, as a nursing student, they had dorms near the hospital. She lived there with her friend Evelyn, and Jim would let Evelyn go on dates with them. They had a really good relationship, as well as a good relationship with her family. And Marceline, when she got her first stipend as a nurse, they got a monthly stipend when they were nursing students. She used it to buy her mom a coat, because her mom needed a coat. And she also would donate it every other month to the charities for the poor around town. So Marceline was a really good person. Now we're approaching 1948, 49-ish, and Jim graduated high school early because of his excellent academic record. And his plan was to go major in social studies type subjects and go into law and do some humanitarian work for the poor. And Marceline really believed in that. She really ate that up. But she was still a little skeptical about a long-term relationship with him because of the difference in their age. But as I said, Jimmy had befriended her younger sister and was also very kind to Grandma Lamb, who was her mom's mother, who'd come to live with them. And as a result, she realized he's a good guy. So I'm going to stick with him. And they continued to date. Jimmy did move to Bloomington right after he graduated and started at Indiana University as a freshman. As soon as he got there, though, he got off onto a bad footing with his roommate. He walked in. His roommate had already been there a year. His roommate was a sophomore and had always had the bottom bunk. And Jimmy took the bottom bunk because when he got to the university, he had to get a typhus vaccination, and it made him ill. He was one of the few people that do get sick after a vaccination. And as a result, because he was so sick, he kind of took the bottom bunk and told his roommate he couldn't climb up there. Well, his roommate believed it and said, okay, well, we'll switch when you're feeling better. But even after he was better, Jimmy wouldn't leave the bottom bunk, and his roommate called him on it, and Jimmy said, well, I'm afraid of heights. Can't I just keep the bottom bunk? And so he kind of manipulated, again, his roommate into letting him have the bunk that he wanted. Okay, no big deal. Also, Jimmy would kind of brag to his roommate, whose name was Ken, would kind of brag to his roommate about all these sexual escapades he had had, and that he had lost his virginity early and stuff like that. Ken wasn't quite buying it, but, he listened to kind of humor him. And Jim was always kind of weird, though. Ken didn't really know what to think of it. And finally, one night, I guess Jim decided he wanted to manipulate Ken right out of the room so he could have his own room. Ken woke up late at night one night and felt a huge searing pain in the middle of his back. And he thought he was having some kind of spasm, and then he realized there was something sharp coming through the mattress into his back. And he rolled over and realized that Jim Jones, on the bottom bunk, was pushing a hat pin straight up through the mattress into his back, stabbing him, and seemed to be in some kind of trance while he was doing it. So, as you can think, Ken didn't sleep much more that night. He actually went and reported him to the housing director and got switched to another dorm, and Jim had his own room. So, yeah. He would go back to Richmond almost every single weekend to visit Marceline, or Marceline would come over to visit him. He did propose to her on one of these weekends, and she said yes. So, June 12th, 1949, Marceline married Jim Jones at Trinity Methodist Church in Richmond, Indiana. It was a double wedding. Her sister Eloise, who was 19, was marrying a man by the name of Dale Kingman. Sharon was the flower girl, and Evelyn was the maid of honor. And Jim was really happy because there was a lot of high-level politicians there from town, the mayor, the city council, because you remember her father was in city government and was a very successful Republican politician. So he drew a big crowd, and Jim got to know a lot of very prominent people. Now, Jim was only 18 at the time, and everybody was really concerned about the marriage, because even at the wedding, Jim kind of made a spectacle. Dale and Eloise were married first, and when they were pronounced man and wife, they did the traditional little peck in front of people. Okay, no big deal. I don't care how you want to kiss. when you get married. But then when Marceline and Jim were pronounced man and wife, Jim pretty much took her, bent her over, and tongued her in front of everybody in the Methodist church. So pretty sure he was just doing that to make himself memorable. But in any case, there's a lot of things, wrong. A lot of things wrong with Jim Jones' way of doing things, even early on. He also kind of began torturing her younger sister Sharon. Remember, Sharon's on crutches in a wheelchair. He started talking to her about actually being an atheist and that he was just pretending to be a Christian because it was a good way to get into, social reform and stuff like that. And that from what he had seen in the hospital, he described a lot of really grotesque things he had seen at the hospital, that he knew there could not be a merciful God that would allow any of that to happen. He was telling this to a young 15-year-old girl in a wheelchair. And Sharon actually became kind of scared of Jim. So she started kind of backing up a little bit. And I don't know why Jim was using this young 15-year-old girl as a confidant. Maybe because he was technically closer to her in age than he was to his new wife. And maybe he knew Marceline, who was kind of a spitfire herself, would call him on it. So Marceline and Jim married. They moved to Bloomington so that he can continue his education, and they end up living in a trailer on the outskirts of Bloomington while Marceline works several jobs, so does Jim. And among these odd jobs, Marceline would work some as a nurse. She would also work in a diner. Jim would work in a diner. Jim would work, was kind of a janitor sort of situation, but he also got a job as a nude model at Indiana University. I thought that was pretty interesting. He started to speak to Marceline a lot about the beauty of communism and the socialist system and how it's good to have, everybody provided for the same. I mean, there's a good theory there, I guess, but we know that doesn't always work in reality. But Jim had the idea that it could work, and so he started to talk a lot about it. He also started to talk a lot about communism and his atheism around the Baldwins, around Walter and Charlotte, and they didn't really like it. And so a rift started forming between Jim and his in-laws. And by this time, Sharon Baldwin was absolutely terrified of Jim. She didn't want to be around him. And one time they had kind of a falling out when the Baldwins had come over to visit Marceline, and they kind of left. Well, a couple of weeks later, they were back having a visit, and when they went out to get in their car, Walter discovered the car felt a little funny. It was driving a little funny. So when they got home, they had a mechanic look at it, and the mechanic told them it looked like it had been tampered with, that someone had attempted to cut their brake line. Also, some things in the engine had been tinkering with, and the Baldwins immediately suspected Jim. They didn't know why. They just had a feeling. They didn't really voice their concerns to Marceline, but they really believed that Jim had tampered with their car in an effort to make them get into a car accident. Also, he began to play mind games with Marceline. He had started treating Marceline much like his father had treated his mother. So, that's a cycle. You see people abuse people. That happens. So he started doing this very same thing to Marceline. In fact, the psychological abuse he would put on her reached kind of a breaking point when one morning she was cooking and he was reading the newspaper to her, and he read about a traffic accident that had happened in Richmond that had claimed the life of some students that Marceline had gone to high school with, and started ringing off the names. Well, he inserted the name of one of Marceline's best friends in the list of the dead. And Marceline absolutely broke down. She couldn't believe it. She says, I got to find out about the funeral, blah, blah, blah. And Jim was like, no, I was just kidding. So why would you even do that? Why? That's just cruel. That's just cruel and unusual. It gets more and more bizarre. Jim has kind of become disenfranchised with Indiana University in Bloomington. He wants to move to Indianapolis because his street preaching has kind of reached a crescent, he thinks, in Bloomington. So he thinks he would have a much better opportunity to get into a church and do everything that he wanted to do in Indianapolis. So they decided they would move there and he would attend the Indiana University campus at Indianapolis. In the meantime, one of Marcelin's cousins by the name of Ronnie Baldwin, his mother, he didn't have much of a father to speak of, and his mother got very sick. And so you had this young man that was just kind of couch surfing among relatives. So Jim and Marcelin decided, we'll take him in. We'll take him to Indianapolis with us. We'll just kind of adopt him and raise him. And Marcelin was thrilled because Marcelin wanted to be a mother more than anything. So here was this young boy named Ronnie Baldwin that she could kind of take care of as if he was her own son. So they kind of took him to raise in 1951, and he moved to Indianapolis with him. Jim was finishing up his social science and humanities degree at Indiana University in Indianapolis. They moved into an apartment, and they all worked at a diner that was nearby their apartment, but Jim continued to do his thing about picking up every stray animal that he ever came across. They had dogs, cats, chickens, and even a monkey, a pet capuchin monkey, in this apartment. And their neighbors started to complain, so the landlord evicted them. And they ended up moving to a house after they found the monkey dead. Somebody was out to get them and their monkey, and they poisoned this poor monkey. I've read that it was an actual chimpanzee, an ape. I've also read it was a capuchin monkey. We're going to go with monkey because I really hope he didn't actually have a chimp, because if a chimps can be deadly when they get to be like grown, so I'm hoping he didn't do that. So we're going to go with monkey. But the chimp or the capuchin monkey was poisoned by a neighbor, and that was the last straw. Landlord evicted them. They moved to a house, and they bought another capuchin monkey. Well, they were still working a lot of jobs. They worked at the same diner. They worked a lot of odd jobs. They spoiled Ronnie rotten. Ronnie got tap dance lessons. Ronnie got put in every little league sport that he could possibly want. He got new clothes. He was loving life, but Jim and Marcelin would go without so that Ronnie could have. And they also expected him to take care of the animals. Well, Ronnie actually wasn't much of an animal person, so he didn't like doing it. He did it kind of begrudgingly, but they would punish him when he didn't do it correctly, and he would tell them, I really don't like these animals. They scare me. I don't want to be around them. And as a result, Jim trained the new capuchin monkey to attack people, and specifically attack Ronnie. And he used that monkey to terrorize his young adopted son to death. One time the monkey actually got out. It went into a kitchen in the next house, just actually ransacked this lady's kitchen, jumped back out the window, kind of went crazy in the neighborhood. They had to call the fire department to come get this monkey, and they finally knocked it out of a tree with a hose. And Jim thought it was hilarious and laughed about it for a week, while Marcelin and Ronnie were absolutely petrified and terrified about it. And he continued to force Ronnie to take care of this monkey, even though it was trained to attack him. Another example of the psychological torment he put on his family was they took a trip to a lake one summer, and he forced Ronnie out of the boat and gave him a kind of a line to hold, and he drug Ronnie behind the boat for a couple of miles until a park ranger saw them and put a stop to it. So I have no idea why he felt the need to terrorize this poor boy, but I think this plays into his obsession with fully breaking somebody down. I mean, this is sadistic stuff, but this was young Jim Jones. I mean, at the time, he's 20 years old. We're at 1951, 1952. He's 21 years old. And this stuff kept getting worse and worse as Jim got older. And finally, the breaking point, I think, for Ronnie was a trip to Niagara Falls that they took, where he forced Ronnie to wade out into the falls, holding on to a line, and told him to trust him. And he actually forced this boy to wade out into the rapids. I mean, he did pull him back, just like he said he would do, but Ronnie was petrified. They also kind of pushed upon Ronnie the importance of having black friends, and he wanted him to understand that not everybody had what they considered white privilege at the time, and to have black friends, to learn the plight of people that were less fortunate of you. So they encouraged him to have black friends. Also, Jim actually returned to a more normalistic church. They decided to go to a Methodist church where they heard about the Methodist Social Creed, which came out about 1952. And it was basically kind of a push for social justice within the Methodist Church. They talked about equality and how all people are created equal. You can definitely find it on the internet. I did, but it's a very nice, well-written document. And because of that, Jim was back to thinking, okay, maybe instead of staying more, interdenominational, street preacher type, I could use a more mainstream religion like Methodism to push my social agenda and to forward my communistic aspirations. I could use the church. So after that, he decided to actually, instead of going to law school after he finished his degree, he decided to, which he didn't actually finish at Indiana University. He had transferred to a smaller college called Butler and did graduate there. But he decided to seek becoming, ordained as a Methodist minister. And that, of course, delighted the Baldwins because, they thought, well, maybe he's coming around. Maybe he's coming around. Also, about 1952, they asked Ronnie if they could adopt him. They wanted to make it official. Ronnie did not want to be adopted. Jim's like, but I've been your father. She's been your mother. We've sacrificed so much for you. Why wouldn't you want to be our son? Now, Jim, like I said, is only 22 by this time. So Ronnie's 14, 15. He's not much older than this boy he wants to adopt. And Ronnie goes, no, this was only, I stayed with you until my mom's back on her feet situation. I have a mom. I have a younger sibling. I want to go back to my family. Okay. Jim basically flipped out and sent Ronnie back to his mother that very night. They would also go see Ronnie when they would go back to Richmond to visit Marcelin's family, and they would try to entice him to come back to Indianapolis and be their son. He didn't want any part of it. He was done. Also, Marcelin was done, and Marcelin asked Jim for a divorce, and he basically threatened her and said that if she tried to leave him, he would regret it. She told him a second time she wanted a divorce, and he threatened to kill himself if she tried to leave. Well, that tugged at Marcelin's heartstrings. She couldn't take it, so she stayed. Even though every sensible cell in her body was screaming, this man is crazy. I need to get the hell out of here. She stayed. Okay. Now we're kind of leaving Jim Jones, the youngster. He's finished college, and now we're going into the rise of the People's Temple in Indiana, in Indianapolis, Indiana. So Jim Jones is now very obsessed with the Methodist social motto, or the social creed. So he decides this is going to be his new model. So we're about to see the rise of what would become the People's Temple and the first stage of its development in Indianapolis, Indiana. What you're looking at is some of the final footage of Jonestown, Guyana, taken in 1978. That was part of a recent Today Show documentary. What's really sad is that before this year was up, most of these people would be dead, and the others would be fled and scattered into the jungle, just trying to find their way out. But Jonestown did not start here. In part one of our expose, we studied the beginnings of Jim Jones, A Madman Rises, and learned all about his childhood and things that should have been warning signs of what was to come. But unfortunately, as so many things go, they weren't. So today, we venture into his years in the Midwest in Indiana, and then to a brief stint in Central and South America, and eventually back to the Midwest before he took off for California and eventually Jonestown, Guyana. And with that being said, let's get into A Keto and Crime Classic, Part 2 of our expose on Jim Jones and the People's Temple. With that being said, here is 2020 𝗙ecie Quarantine Hair Still telling you about the People's Temple and Jim Jones, the Indiana and Central South America years. Let's do it. If you remember from last time, Jim and Marcelin's marriage kind of having some problems. They attempted to adopt a nephew of Marcelin who wanted no part of it. We really saw that Jim's manipulation and use of emotional torment was starting to get more and more being a thing. We also see that he's not exactly stable. He's not above trying to hurt people, what with trying to sabotage the Baldwin's car, we think. And he also, instead of just street preaching in an interdenominational fashion, he's decided that he can now go back to a more mainstream denomination like Protestantism because of their social creed. And that's where we pick up with him trying to become ordained as a Methodist minister. So he started again street preaching around Indianapolis. He went back to his old Pentecostal roots because he realized that that's the way you stir energy. That's the way you stir a crowd. Also, Pentecostalism tends to be more accepted in an African-American community than in, your basic middle-class whites. It tends to be more of a working class or poor white, working class African-American or poor African-American thing than an upper middle, than a middle class, upper middle class, or a wealthy person of any color. It tends to be more accepted because it believes in miracles and healings and you asking for something and receiving it. That tends to be more of a thing with working class or poor people. So he realized that he could catch a lot more of the types of people he wanted because he really did believe in social justice. I said it earlier when I first started this, that if you could cut the story of the People's Temple off before the suicide, or if there hadn't been a suicide, we would be praising Jim Jones today because of his integration work in the city of Indianapolis and in the northern part of California. We would be praising him today because of the strides he made for civil rights, but it went a different way. So he really did do some good things. He decided to concentrate his ministry toward poor neighborhoods, which meant mostly black people in Indianapolis. And so he started street preaching, and he created quite a following. And he decided that he was going to start his own little church. So he rented a community center. He made it interdenominational, even though he was trying to get an in with the Methodist Church. He rented a community center. He started a little daycare center. And he, had Marcelin and he would watch kids for people during the day. They would also have church and church services and youth services and everything that you want in a little bitty church in one of the poorer neighborhoods of Indianapolis. So he also went back to the things he learned at the Gospel Tabernacle all the way back in Lynn. He would speak in tongues during services, even though he didn't believe it. He would literally fake it. He's been known to do that. He said it's right. To do that. He also went back to healing. Healing was something that he had seen in the Gospel Tabernacle and learned from being groomed as a child preacher exactly what went into it. So he would talk to people before the service, and then during the service, if they had told him they had aches or pains or whatever, he would learn that information prior, and then during the service, he would call people out, and people would say, Fred, you have painful knees, and Fred would be like, yes, I have painful knees. Well, you're going to get a healing today, and he would point his hands, and
Now with each of you, a fond embrace, a salutary kiss of greeting to your neighbor. Let's fill this atmosphere with warmth. Edie? Are your fingers numb? In your right hand? Having enormous headaches in your head?
Yes.
Reach your hands out. Reach your hand out to me.
Yes.
Reach the fingers out that are bothering you. Now, is the pain gone?
He would get people so hyped up, and then he could touch them and they would fall backwards. He learned this from going to the Gospel Tabernacle, and he discovered that healings like that and getting people hyped up so that they would literally do anything that he wanted them to do would build his ministry. And so he started doing that, and people started coming to his little church for the healing ceremonies. He also started giving people diseases so that he could heal them. He would literally tell somebody, "Sister, you have cancer, and I'm healing you of it, and God is healing you of it right now." So he would literally like give people an illness so that he could heal them. I mean, any trick you can think of. In 1953, he went to a Detroit church convention where he watched another minister actually kind of do the same thing he had been doing and get the crowd really hyped up. Not only was this minister calling out names, he was also calling out phone numbers and other personally identifiable information, which probably should never have been done, and basically tricking people into thinking they were healed. So he decided, I can do this too. So he started going around and getting names from the people at the service and talking to them. And then he took the pulpit. He wasn't even on the lineup, but he took the pulpit, and basically, if you've ever heard Jim Jones speak, he was a great speaker. He studied the speeches of Stalin and Winston Churchill and Hitler. I mean, think what you want to about anybody like Hitler or Stalin, but they were great orators. They were great speakers. And Jim Jones studied that stuff, and he lit that convention on fire. There were people singing his praises for weeks afterwards. In fact, he angered the organizers of it because he kind of took the thunder away from the headlining preacher, so to speak. And I think it's so funny as a comedian, as a stand-up comedian. You have headliners, you have features and openers, and then hosts. There's a hierarchy, and you got the same thing with these preachers, which leads me to believe and know that it's just, it's just a good performance. Yeah, I find that very funny. But he outshined the headlining preacher, and it really made people mad. So he learned at that conference more tricks to the trade. He took those back to Indianapolis, and he built up a tremendous following at that little rented church. He developed such a following in Indianapolis that he started kind of going church to church, being a guest pastor, a guest speaker, an evangelist, and would build followings at other pastors' churches and then just kind of peel them off. One thing he did do during this time, and I've always thought this was one of the most hilarious things about Jim Jones, he actually became a monkey salesman. Capuchin monkeys, just like the one that he had trained to terrorize Ronnie. He had gotten into a pet store that was going bankrupt and was actually helping the pet store owner by selling these monkeys. And he would take part of it, the pet store owner would take part of it, and it would also give Jim Jones the opportunity to get into people's homes with these monkeys and talk to them and perhaps get them over for his church. So he started calling this his monkey business pitch, and I think it's one of the most hilarious things about him. He was full of monkey shit, and he was selling monkey shit, so it really was just fitting. One of his longtime temple members, a woman by the name of 𝗵𝗿𝗪𝗓, that's how she came into the temple. She had a monkey that hung itself. Now, I don't know if the monkey just had that miserable life that did it on purpose, or he just got hung up in something and hung himself. Now, sideline, I had pet ducks growing up. I lived in a farm area. One of my ducks hung itself. It got its neck caught in between like the rafters of a pen, and it actually hung itself. So it could have been something like that, or this monkey might just have had that bad of a life. But he kind of roped 𝗵𝗿𝗪𝗓 into the church by selling her a replacement monkey for the one that killed itself. Also, from the community church, he He and Marcelin actually adopted a young girl named Agnes who had a very bad home life, and she also had a severe speech impediment. She stuttered a whole lot, and they took her in and actually legally adopted her. It was their first child. So Marcelin was thrilled. She now had a daughter, and they actually helped her overcome her stutter. So Agnes is now in the mix, and they're not this nice little nuclear family that he so adores. He started, he was still going around churches doing his healings. He also was starting to bring other church members like 𝗙𝗿𝗁𝗃 into it. 𝗙𝗿𝗁𝗃 would dress up and pretend to be crippled or pretend to be, have pain, and allow Jim Jones to heal her in front of church services, so that would help him get more members. He also started using things like chicken livers and chicken hearts and animal innards to be tumors. So he would literally tell like a plant in the audience, you have cancer, and God is telling me that you need to go to the restroom right now. And the person would go to the restroom and then come out holding this bloody, gluttonous blob of stuff. And Jim Jones would take it and say it was the tumor. It had come out. Stay away. Don't look at it. Didn't want them to realize it was a chicken liver. He would also sometimes have people come up and he would pretend to heal them of cancer. He would take his hands away, and then there would be another gelatinous blob that he would claim was a tumor. So he was really getting into some fakery. In fact, these same techniques were used by faith healers all over. In fact, Peter Popoff, he was exposed by James Randi for doing the exact same things. You can find lots of stuff on YouTube, hear about it. I actually also did a video on Jim Bakker and faith healers, and I'll put that up here if you'd like to see it, but a lot of trickery in that realm. But he did find kind of a semi-regular church home at Laurel Street Methodist Church. He started preaching there semi-regularly. The pastor was an older pastor that was about to retire, and he really felt that he could make that church his own because he started bringing other people in and really pump up the services. But there was kind of a problem there. It was a fully white church, and a lot of Jim Jones followers were black, and Laurel Street Methodist wasn't really ready for integration. So that ended up being a problem, and then they did not hire Jim Jones after their elderly pastor retired, and Jim Jones basically said, okay. He left Laurel Street and took probably half of the congregation with him. He not only took out the people that had come with him, he actually took about half of the other population of the other congregation too. So a lot of whites and blacks left Laurel Street Methodist and followed Jim Jones back over to his little rented church. He did finally, with all the offerings and stuff from his followers, and you also had a lot of elderly people in his church that were doing things like deeding him their homes and giving them part of their Social Security checks in exchange for taking care of them. So he had money now, and he actually put a down payment on an actual very nice church in a poorer mixed neighborhood. So that became the Wings of Deliverance Ministries, which would eventually change the name to the People's Temple. And that is where Jim Jones actually started the People's Temple and made a reputation for himself. He continued on with the fake healings, but he also started dibble-dabbling in spiritualism too. He actually went to a New Age conference in 1954 where he did his act, and the people there bought it and deemed him clairvoyant. So he started pulling in people that were kind of hippie and into New Age stuff as well. So he got into healing crystals and stuff like that, as well as traditional Pentecostal Christianity, and actually started integrating a lot of that into his sermons. He also started to build his inner 100, as they're called. Now, there's two different circles in Jim Jones' life. There was the inner 100. These were the original temple members that he was very close to. They were a very mixed bag. And then there's also something called the Planning Commission, which would come later. And this was literally 7 to 8 women that were the closest to Jim Jones for various reasons. And that would come later in California, in San Francisco. But here he started to build the original, what I like to call the Inner 100. Among it were, of course, 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗄𝗃, who would often play, getting healed for him, one of his first original members. You had a mother and daughter by the name of Loretta and Mabel Stewart that were one of the earlies. They would also play plants in the audience. You had Jack Beam, who was a maintenance guy for a pharmaceutical company in town that would actually become one of his associate ministers. And Jack Beam kind of brought some levity to the church. He was kind of a jovial kind of person, and his sermons were always funny, whereas Jim Jones were kind of, whippy-dippy and intense and things like that. Jack Beam brought kind of a joker and jesters kind of comedy to the People's Temple. And so he was a very beloved associate pastor. You also had Russell Winberg, who was actually an associate pastor back at Laurel Street, who didn't agree with the segregation of the church. So he and his wife Wilma, who became a church organist and helps with some of the social outreach, actually came over and became another associate pastor. And then you had a woman named Edith Parks, who he actually met from the clairvoyant New Age community, who was kind of a spiritualist, that became another very close associate. Jim Jones decided it was time to go big league, so he put together his own religious church conference. It took place June 11th to June 15th, 1956. Jim Jones was on the list, but he wanted a much bigger evangelist than him to draw people from all over. He didn't just want people from Indianapolis. He wanted to bring people over from Missouri and Kentucky and Tennessee and all the states surrounding Indiana. He really wanted to bring people over, so he had to get a really well-known evangelist, and that choice was William Brannan.
Of some sort. It's an accident.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it was a car wreck.
Yes.
And you were thrown in the air like that.
Yes.
And it's strained you in somewhere in your neck, and it's caused a cancer
Yes.
to come into your neck. And you're some sort of a teach in the Scripture. And you believe that Jesus Christ makes you well.
I do.
Father God, in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, on the authority of God's Word by a dying woman, I ask this evil thing to leave her. Satan, you are exposed. So come out of the woman as the Church of the Living God calls for you to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Sister, just a moment. I just want to talk to you. Of course, you know it's gone now.
Oh, yes.
It'll stay that way. See how your throat left?
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
Praise the
It's
Lord.
all gone from her. The garter has left her throat, and God bless you. Go on your road now and be thankful, happy and rejoice, and be. I adjure thee to leave the child. Come from it. You believe you're going to get well now. God bless you. Turn around, wave to the audience. God bless you. The little girl with tremendous faith, be well. God bless you, honey. Go. You're right ill. Do you believe me as his prophet?
He actually was one of the earlier very popular evangelists. He almost took on a deified status among his congregants. He was he was from Texas and also had churches that followed him in Arkansas and Arizona, all over the place. They were actually called the Brahminites. They actually considered him on par with Jesus. That's how big this evangelist was. And he was an old-timey Southern Pentecostal preacher. And I actually found out about him for the first time by reading Jerry DeWitt, who was a Pentecostal preacher, now atheist advocate, activist. And he actually almost became a Branhamite. He actually studied and realized they were a lot more about Brother Branham than they were about Jesus, and kind of backed out when he was still in the faith. And so this is the person that Jim Jones made the headliner of his conference, and it worked. You had Jim Jones, which was very popular with African Americans, and then you had William Brannon, who was very popular with whites of all social levels, coming to his little church for a 4-day thing, and you had Jim Jones doing almost as well as Branham. So you really had the People's Temple coming forward to the limelight. And he said that Branham used the same kind of techniques as he did, getting information prior, except Branham had a staff to do it. And this is when Jim Jones started using church members to feed him information. So his healings got even better. His healings and his interpretations and things like that got even better. He also was amazed that Brother Branham could actually work the crowd up into such a frenzy that he could literally throw his hand out over and everybody in the audience would fall. That's how hyped up, how much of a group psychosis that this man could get over people. And Jim Jones studied him and learned a lot. So now you had even more people crowding into this little church. You have temple membership swelling to, 600-700 people now. You also had them still doing a child care outreach. You had them taking care of elderly people. They actually started taking elderly people that had no family into their own home and taking care of them, and then they would write over their Social Security checks. And so you had them starting what would become a very profitable business for the People's Temple. Later on, they would own up to 4 different nursing homes that would be actually run by Marcelin and Marcelin's parents, that would actually become a profitable thing for the People's Temple and a good civil service. I'm not going to say that Jim Jones didn't do good things. He did a lot of good things. Okay, from that church conference, he met 𝗟𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗄, who was a very well-known Black social outreach advocate. He was well-known in Black circles in Indiana. He actually helped Jones get a local early talk radio show that he would do. Imes was listening to that show as well, and he started actually, after meeting Jones at the temple conference, he started bringing his family to services at the People's Temple and helped Jones not only help build his radio audience, but became an important kind of leader for the Black parishioners. Also, he convinced Jones that it was time that the little clapboard church they were kind of outgrowing it, so they actually bought a former Jewish synagogue right in downtown Indianapolis, and that became the new People's Temple. And as a result, for all the things that 𝗟𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗄 had done, he made him an associate pastor, and 𝗟𝗀𝗃𝗍𝗄 would be literally the only Black person in the hierarchy of the People's Temple ever. There'll actually be some strife about that later on, but as much as Jim Jones preached equality and desegregation, you will find that even in the People's Temple, the higher echelons tended to be white, whereas the rank and file tended to be Black. So it's all the same, isn't it? Dimes, one thing that 𝗟𝗀𝗃 and his wife did, they started a diner, which pretty much fed people that were hungry. They didn't charge for any of the food. The temple joined in and started helping kind of finance this thing where they would feed people in the community every single day. They also started expanding the nursing home out of their home. They actually purchased some buildings and started those nursing homes that I talked about, where the elderly people would actually write their Social Security checks over to the People's Temple, and then they would live in these nursing homes and get really good care. Marcy started out doing it out of her home, and then they bought 2 other buildings and moved it there. They had, 50 or 60 seniors that lived there, and she actually brought in her parents, the Baldwins, to help Walter and Charlotte to help with that. So this actually started turning a profit. They actually got signed on to, Medicare, major insurance, and they actually started turning a profit off these nursing homes. In the meantime, Marcy is also taking care of their daughter Agnes. Remember her? And local black newspapers started endorsing Jim Jones and the People's Temple, so their popularity among the poor of Indianapolis increased, and the membership swelled to about 1,000 people there in Indianapolis. Meanwhile, Jim Jones said the church was family and that everybody was welcome everywhere, and as a result, you started having people that didn't have a home or had a bad home life. Jim would kind of take them in as strays, just like he did animals as a kid. So he had, at any one time, they could have 3 church members living with them in their house, as well as Marceline, their adopted daughter, Agnes, her parents for a while until they actually found a place to live, and Lynetta, Jim's mother, also moved in. So you had Marceline under a tremendous amount of stress with a full house, as well as helping to run the nursing home division of the People's Temple. And bad feelings between Marceline and Jim continued to grow, as you can imagine. Also, Jim started, he rented a Greyhound bus and started crisscrossing Indiana and Ohio. He would put on little tent revivals and try to pull people in, new members. So you had a lot of people that would actually become so engulfed with him, they would send money, they would listen to his radio program, some even moved to Indianapolis. So he was really starting to grow with these kind of short-run tent revival sort of things. He also started suffering even more from insomnia, night terrors, and started taking barbiturates or, downers so that he could rest. And that would become a lifelong problem for Jim Jones. Finally, 1957, he journeyed to Philadelphia to meet with a man known as Father Divine. Father Divine was the starter of a social movement that started. He was actually the child of grew up as George Baker, a sharecropper in either Georgia or Maryland. No one's really sure. But he ended up starting a social outreach in Harlem, New York. And it was much like Jim Jones wanted the People's Temple to be. He would basically ask his followers, Father Divine claimed to be God himself, God incarnate, and he would ask his followers to will or give all their worldly possessions, their paychecks, their homes, everything they had to him, and he would in turn take care of them. So he had purchased a lot of hotels and things like that in Harlem, and his church members would live there, fully taken care of by Father Divine, based on a socialistic, communistic type where everybody's income was everybody's income. And at the height, it was taking in $10,000 a week. Now, this was in, the early 20s, early 30s, so it was a pretty wealthy movement. And Father Divine and his wife, Mother Divine, lived in a lot more luxurious standards than their people. But after the Harlem riots of 1935, they got involved with an actual communist party, the Communist Party of the United States. They got into a kind of a war of words with them, and the movement turned almost violent in a way. There were a lot of riots, a lot of protests, and they were kind of chased out of New York. But they set up residence in Philadelphia. Same thing, he bought hotels where his members lived. He had a huge mansion on the outskirts of Philadelphia, and this is where Jones actually met him. Among Father Divine's doctrine was a doctrine of celibacy. He believed that the world was definitely overpopulated. He claimed to be a communistic capitalist, which I find that just... He believed that you should make as much money as possible, but that should go for the common good, I guess. But when I say common good, it means mostly to him and a little bit for his followers. He took care of all of his followers' needs. He encouraged celibacy because he believed the world was overpopulated. He also believed that if you were a member of his flock, that everything belonged to him. So you had no right, you had absolutely no rights to anything outside of the church. So he is the one that turned Jim Jones on to not only a doctrine of celibacy, but also a doctrine of complete surrender, because Jones was having some financial problems, even with the nursing homes and everything. The profits from the nursing homes were more than eaten up by the feeding the hungry, and he was asking Father Divine, how do I do that? He says, well, you can't do that on just the normal tithe that people would give you. So you have to ask for everything. So he told him basically, ask them for their entire paycheck, and then in the turn you would take care of them. And slowly, that's what Jim Jones started to do. Incidentally, Father Divine had 2 wives. His first was Peninnah Divine, who Mother Divine, and then later on she died, and he married a young Canadian woman by the name of Edna Rose Richings, a white woman, young blonde, blue-haired, blue-eyed, and he actually kind of justified marrying her by saying that the Mother Divine had come back to life in her body. So that's the kind of people we're dealing with here. And so Jim Jones fell in love with Father Divine's message and brought it back to Indiana with him. He started talking about how celibacy was the way to go, how they should be chaste, and how they should not have children but only adopt children. Even his mother got all over him about this. She said, "You just went one step too far, Jimmy. This is not good." And Jimmy rebuked her, saying, "I know what I'm doing." And he started really fostering a us versus them. He told them that his way, their way, was the best way. It was the way for complete social justice, complete equality, everyone taken care of, and the outside world was bad, and anybody against them was bad, and they should hate anybody that's against them. So he really started to foster a feeling of making outsiders the enemy, and this would become a running thing with the People's Temple. Also, a little bit of hypocrisy there. Marceline actually became pregnant during this whole celibacy, the start of this whole celibacy. So there was a lot of rumors around, and I've often wondered why Jones just didn't use it to his advantage and say it was an immaculate conception. But he didn't. He had to get up and admit, "I don't practice what I preach." Late 1957, early 1958, Jones started calling his church family a communalism situation. It was based on Stalinistic communism, and Marxist communism, but it was really, he called it communalism, and he really started bringing in the idea that you should give all your worldly possessions to the church. Unfortunately, a lot of the Midwesterners in his congregation were staunch capitalists, and they weren't quite buying it. They might give a little bit more on Sunday, but they weren't convinced they should give the church everything. So it only partially worked. So he decided that the recent revolution in Cuba, we're talking where Fidel Castro overthrew the Cuban government in the 50s, that perhaps that was a good place to look for new church members. So he actually went to Havana and actually started scouting for recent Cuban refugees to bring them back to the United States, making them members of this church, because they were already indoctrinated communists. So he figured they would be down with the complete surrender of all possessions to the church. So he made a couple of trips down to Miami and stuff looking, and later on he would go to Havana. Also in 1958, he decided they needed to expand their family. They needed to practice what they preached about adopting children, and they adopted a set of brother and sister from Korea. It was during the Korean War, so they brought in a couple of Korean refugee children. Their names were Stephanie and Lou Eric Jones, and Marcy was delighted. They were her pride and joy. She loved them. She loved Agnes. She doted on her children, but things with Jim kept getting worse and worse, and it would often break out into physicality. There's even a rumor that he once kicked her in the stomach while she was pregnant. So, yeah. Later in 1958, Stephanie would be tragically killed. Little Stephanie would be tragically killed in a car accident returning home from a Cincinnati revival meeting. They were all driving in separate cars, and the driver of her car tried to pull out to pass a truck, didn't quite make it. Everybody in the car was killed, including Stephanie. And Jones would use this as everything he did was for showmanship. So he would use this as a way to show how clairvoyant he really was. He would say that he dreamed something happened to Stephanie. He had a premonition. Also, Marceline said that she had a dream that Stephanie came home that night and she put her to bed. And then when she woke up the next morning, she found out that her daughter was dead. So little bit of weirdness there. While she was alive, Stephanie always talked about her friend 𝗂𝗏𝗀𝗃, and they actually made contact, wrote a letter to the orphanage in Korea where they had gotten Lou and Stephanie, and asked if there was a child there by the name of 𝗂𝗏𝗃. Turns out there was. It was a little girl, and the Koreans and the owners of the orphanage said yes, and her and Stephanie were always really good friends. So they actually wrote 𝗂𝗏𝗃 from Korea and adopted her in honor of their daughter Stephanie, and I thought that was a really nice thing. They changed her name to Susan. And also 𝗟𝗏, later on in 1958, would give birth to their only natural child, Stephen Gandhi Jones. And not long after that, they adopted they were the first white family in the state of Indiana to adopt a black baby. They went to an orphanage, actually to adopt a white baby, and there was a little black boy there sitting that was crying, wouldn't stop crying. Jim and Marceline walked over to him. Marceline picked him up. He immediately stopped crying and started laughing. So they adopted him, and they actually named him Jim Jones Jr. And I often wondered what their natural son, Stephen, really thought of that. And we'll find out a little bit later. He didn't always take it as well as he should. And then later on, they would adopt yet another boy, a white boy from the church. Tim Tupper was his original last name. Was from a very dysfunctional family. They would later adopt him, and he would become Tim Jones. So now we have Agnes. Stephanie passed away, but we have Agnes, Lou, Susan, Jim Jr., Stephen, and Tim. So 6 children now, as well as a house full of strays from the church that Jim brings home to take care of them. And it was not long after the start of what they called their rainbow family. And he would use this rainbow family to his strength. He would parade them out, showing them how progressive they are. Look at my rainbow family. In fact, his own son, Jim Jones Jr., would later say that his father never did anything unless it was for show. That he loved his father, but he also hated him. So he used it for his benefit. It was never they just did it and went on with their life. They did it and put it on, the national scale for everybody to see. It was during this time, though, late 1958, that Jim also made his trip down to Havana, Cuba. He got a hotel room in Havana and started walking around kind of looking for black Cubans, his words, not mine, black Cubans, to kind of recruit to come back to the United States to help build the communalism, aka communism, of the People's Temple. And he actually met one by the name of Carlos Foster. He was a Cuban of Jamaican descent, and he actually offered him $24 a day to help Jim Jones find others. So he got about 15 or 20 names and started trying to convince these people to actually move back to the United States, back to Indianapolis, and join his church. Didn't really work out that well because he was pitching something that didn't exist. He told them that they had farms in Indianapolis. They could all come and live and work in the fields, and they would be fed and have all their needs taken care of. That kind of sounds a little bit like slavery to me, but what have you. But this was kind of a precursor to Jonestown, which you will find out was a form of slavery when we get into that. So this is what he was pitching, but nothing really existed. Nothing like this existed. He was telling a tall tale. And it turns out that only Carlos Foster would later come over, and he would basically keep the Cuban man prisoner in his own house and wouldn't let him go out, and had him do odd jobs around the church. And eventually Carlos got fed up with it, and all the time Jim Jones bragging about how he was helping this poor refugee and how wonderful Castro was, said he met Castro. He never met Castro. Said he met Castro and how wonderful everything was, and there was schools and hospitals, and how wonderful communism was for Cuba. We all know that's bullshit. And he kept Carlos prisoner in his home, basically. Let him go out to do odd jobs and come right back in. Eventually, Carlos ran away, went to New York, where he said he had a girlfriend, and never came back. those communal farms never happened, at least not in the state of Indiana. 1959, Jim took another trip back to Philadelphia to visit a very ill Father Divine. He had a meeting with both Father and Mother Divine, aka the second wife, and he actually begged them to allow him to be the successor to Father Divine's empire. So he wanted Father Divine to name Jim his successor, basically say that when he died, he would come back in Jim Jones' body, as weird as that sounds. So Jim Jones would be in charge of not only Father Divine's congregation, but the People's Temple, and they could merge them. Mother Divine wasn't having it. She was named his heir, and she basically told him to 𝗵𝗂𝘀𝗶. So he went back to Indianapolis a little bit defeated. Finally, we get into 1960 and 1961. He met a young Disciples of Christ, which, as I had said earlier, was kind of an offshoot of the Church of Christ. A young minister within the Disciples of Christ by the name of 𝗚𝗏𝗏. And he actually convinced Jim to pursue a merger and ordination with the Disciples of Christ. It would bring more validity to the People's Temple and also make them eligible for tax benefits. They would become tax exempt if they were an actual recognized church. And so Jim said, only for that reason, Jim said he would. So he started kind of, you know, having interdenominational services with the Disciples of Christ. He would go to their churches. They would come to his. He developed a really good relationship, and the People's Temple was accepted into the Disciples of Christ. And so you actually see old flyers for the People's Temples. It said People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ. So he became an ordained Disciples of Christ minister, and the People's Temple were eventually absorbed by the Disciples of Christ in Indiana. And it was a good thing because it made them kind of homegrown. The Disciples of Christ started in Indiana, so it made them kind of Hoosier loyal, so to speak. So it did bring with them a whole lot of tax benefits. And 𝗚𝗏𝗏 had some. 𝗚𝗏𝗏 would later become one of the inner people at the People's Temple, but he had a lot of pull with the local government, and he actually introduced Jim Jones to Mayor Charles Baldwell, who was a conservative Democrat. These are old school. This is an old school Democrat. We're also going to meet some liberal Republicans later on in the story too. It's mind-boggling. But he had pledged $7,000 a year as a salary, which was a lot. Remember, this is 61. Was a lot for a municipal salary, but he had pledged $7,000 a year for a director of human rights position. It was a commission to make sure that human rights weren't being violated in the city of Indianapolis, because there was a push to kind of integrate a little bit. The mayor wanted to kind of be on the forefront, wanted to at least look like he was trying to do something about it. So Jim Jones was literally the only applicant for the position. I've got to remember, the KKK still had a huge stronghold in Indiana, especially Indianapolis. So, yeah, Jim Jones was literally the only applicant. And he was interviewed by a panel. There was a rabbi, a Catholic priest, and a Protestant minister in there, and he got along really well. He bumped heads a little bit with the Catholic priest because, as the Catholic priest said, he was sickeningly Protestant. But they did recommend Jim Jones for the job, and he got it at a salary of $7,000 a year. So he started using his power and his church members to help integrate the city of Indianapolis. So there was a couple of incidents where he would go up to a restaurant that had no one in it, like in the mid-afternoon, and ask for tables for 150 people. Of course, they wanted the money, so they would oblige him, and then he would filter in all these African Americans from his church, and the restaurant would flip out. But then he would say, "Oh, but I'm Jim Jones. I'm the director of human rights for the city. You'll be a very progressive business. These people will come back and patronize your business." And so the business was kind of stuck a little bit, and so he started forcibly integrating places. There was also another situation with the theater where he bought out an entire show and filtered a lot of African Americans into it, and the manager was screaming, "Our section for coloreds only holds 50. And he goes, "Well, now you manage the first integrated theater in Indianapolis, and I'm with the government, and so the owners were kind of like, okay, whatever. So, but the temple members were very good about being loyal. After these businesses allowed them in, and it kind of laid down their guard, you would have the temple members actually come back and patronize these places. So it was a good thing for everybody. But there's that stubborn streak, I guess, that people don't want to be made to do anything. But still, I applaud Jim Jones for his effort, because segregation was a terrible thing. It really was. And I admire Jim Jones for what he did for the city of Indianapolis. If the story had ended here, there are so many points on this way. If the story ended, we would be reading good things about Jim Jones today. And if it had ended here, he would go down alongside Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. as a huge, Medgar Evers, as a huge fighter for civil rights. He really would. Mayor and the city council started asking him to back off just a little bit, but he didn't. He was on a roll. He started speaking at a lot of civil rights conferences. He got a lot of headlines in both the traditional and the African-American newspapers. And he started getting publicity for both his church. A lot of people tuned in to listen to his radio show. A lot of more people started coming to the church. It swelled to way over 1,000 members. And he had a great inner circle. His associate pastors were doing great. He had brought in Ross Case, who was a traditional disciples of Christ, more mainstream. He was a storyteller, so all these ministers would take turns opening for Jim on Sunday mornings, and he really had a good rhythm. So you had Ross Case, who was a better storyteller, traditional disciples of Christ minister. 𝗟𝗏 𝗿𝗍𝗄, who was, 𝗟𝗏 even admitted, I'm the figurehead black. He was very much a boisterous, kind of a traditional black preacher, very loud, very rambunctious, but he actually wasn't a Christian. He admitted that many times. He was a Universalist. So you had a weird mix. You had a Christian congregation with an atheist, a Universalist, and just a mix of other pastors heading this church. It was just really weird. Then you had Russell Winberg, who came from Laurel Street Methodist, who was very Pentecostal in the way that he preached. And then you had Jack Beam, who was not a pastor at all, just a figurehead for the church, was just a boisterous kind of jokester. So you had a really good mix of people. But remember, the People's Temple was more of a social movement than it was a church. And we'll start to see them kind of drop the trappings of a church later on. But for right now, they had a good thing going. They had a good church going. Jim got along very well with all of his assistant pastors. They used to go to training together, hang out together. They talked a lot about sex, which was really weird. Jim would tell him that they would tell them they felt tempted by the women in the church, which would later become a very destructive pattern for Jim Jones. And they would talk about how they dealt with the temptation. And even one of them, Russell Winberg, admitted that he felt dirty even after having sex with his wife. And it was just very weird, the conversations they would have. But they did build a camaraderie. They became closer than brothers. And for a long time, everything was good. You had a lot more members that were giving a lot more money to the church. And you had them feeding the hungry and helping the elderly and getting people medical care that they needed. And you had him walking around helping to integrate the city of Indianapolis. So you had a lot of good things going on in the 1961 temple. Then we get into 1962 and 1963, and things start to go downhill a little bit, or start going downhill a little bit. You had Jim Jones kind of putting his efforts less toward integration and more to stopping white flight. He would go around to neighborhoods that were starting to go downhill and try to convince the whites almost by force not to sell their homes and move out. So you had him trying to kind of bully people to stay in certain neighborhoods so that the property values wouldn't go down. It was very weird, but you had him out there trying to do that. Then he started running into issues with KKK and local hate groups. They graffitied the People's Temple a couple of times. Also, there was an incident where a car almost blew up. There were hate letters, dead cats. There was a dead cat that was thrown into the window of the Jones home. Dynamite went off one time outside the Jones house. But Russell Winberg and Marcelin actually started wondering whether or not Jim didn't stage some of it. Because they were at a church social one time where Russell Winberg had both made and served Jim his plate. And in the middle of it, Jim jumped up and showed them glass in his food, saying, "Someone just tried to kill me." And Russell Winberg knew with a certainty there was no glass in that food. So they began to think that Jim was staging a lot of the hate calls and a lot of the graffiti, even maybe the dead cat, to kind of show that they were having some trouble so that he could, I don't know, start a paranoia within the church. Paranoia was becoming a problem because he was using a lot of barbiturates, injectable barbiturates, downers for sleep. He was also using amphetamines during the day, uppers, to keep him going. And he started getting very paranoid, not sleeping well. And Marston would always tell the kids, "Don't worry, these are just B12 shots." So, yeah. He continued to push more communalism. He wanted more and more from the church. And Beam, who, as I said, his day job was a maintenance man for a pharmaceutical company. 𝗪𝗻's was an old school capitalist too. They weren't having it. They all pushed back. They still had about half the congregation pushing back about giving all their possessions to the church. And so there started to be a rift between the band of brothers. Very few of them gave up their possessions, and very few in the church gave up the possessions. They might give 20 or 30% of their paychecks on Sunday, but no one was giving up their possessions. It continued to just be the elderly without family that would give all their possessions to the church. Jim started being sort of a hypochondriac. He faked a seizure one time. He faked a heart attack. He actually, after the heart attack, was actually taken to one of the local hospitals. He had a black doctor. He made a big show of having a black doctor, and he was actually taken to one of the local hospitals. And because he had a black doctor, no one had actually looked at his chart to see that he was a Caucasian. They actually put him in a black ward because they had a black doctor. They assumed he was a black man. I don't understand how these people didn't know who Jim Jones was, but still. And so, as a result, they were trying to move him to the white wing of the hospital, and he basically got up and started bathing and changing the bedpans of the black patients around him. A little weird, but still a nice thing to do. And as a result, the hospital felt so guilty because here was not only a civil servant, but a well-known minister in the city, and they've treated him like this. So they actually integrated the hospital after that point. So there was another good thing he did, though in a very weird way. Then he had a vision of the apocalypse, he said, while in the hospital. He said he had a vision. Remember, we are in the throes of the Cold War now. He had a vision of a nuclear apocalypse that was coming, and he knew that Indiana was not safe, so he was going to look for a place to go that would be safe in the event of a nuclear holocaust. And there was actually an Esquire article that came out that listed 7 of the safest places in the world to be a nuclear war. There was only one American place in there, and that was Ukiah, California, but it did list a lot of South American countries. So Jim decided to visit some of them. One of them was Guyana, which he would later on go to. Brazil was another, and Hawaii, interestingly enough. Remember, Hawaii only became a state in the 50s, so it was still very foreign to most Americans. So he did go down and visit Ghana briefly. Didn't really appeal to him. He briefly visited Brazil, but then went to Hawaii, and he really liked Hawaii. He actually brought his entire family over, mother-in-law, father-in-law, mother, everyone, and they stayed a few months there on the church's dime, leaving Russell Winberg in charge of the People's Temple. And they stayed in Hawaii a few months, but Jim decided it was just too expensive for the People's Temple, so he was sold on Brazil, because Brazil was it was a socialistic type of government, and it was also very inexpensive to live there. So he decided that he wanted to try to start a People's Temple mission in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. And eventually moved the entire church there because they would be safe in the case of a nuclear holocaust. He took his family and went over to Belo Horizonte, Brazil, and there he met a young Assemblies of God missionary by the name of Edward Malman and his wife Judy. They started communing very heavily with the Malmans, and he actually developed, Marcelin did, a very good relationship with their oldest daughter Bonnie, who was starting to have some friction with her parents, as teenagers do. And she became kind of a confidant for Marcelin. They would, hang out, go shopping, they would dance, they had a really good time. And so Bonnie actually moved in with the Jones to kind of be a nanny to their younger children while they were there. And all the time as Jim is out communing with Edward Malman, trying to find a place, a suitable property for the People's Temple to purchase in Brazil, and Malman was helping him because Malman ran a very large Assemblies of Christ mission center there, and he started kind of integrating them with the Brazilian culture, teaching them Portuguese, all this stuff. And so Marcy, each night that she cooked dinner for the kids, she would also cook enough and feed a lot of the people in the neighborhood. So Bonnie really fell in love with the way they were doing things. And she really began idolizing Marcy and Jim. Brazil had been kind of a socialistic country, but now it was taking a hard swing left toward more Castro-like communism, and Jim really loved this. He thought, this is perfect. I get people here. They have no choice but to live the way I want them to live. Jim and Pastor Malman would spend a lot of time together, and Jim would kind of question him to see where his ideology lies, and it was very much traditional Pentecostalism. Assemblies of God is a Pentecostal or holiness religion. And it was very much traditional Pentecostal. He was very grounded in the Bible. He was very grounded in the idea of God and the Trinity and all those things. And Jones would float his atheism and his spiritualism and everything. And Malman would shoot him down. He wouldn't have any part of it. So Jim really realized there was no use in, trying to convince Malman any differently, because he didn't believe that way. And he tried to bring Jones back to the Bible, but Jones had never really been with the Bible. He just kind of used it as a tool to forward a communist agenda. And Jim thought he needed some backup. So he called back up to Indianapolis and actually convinced Jack Beam and his family to come down to kind of help speed things along. And he actually told Jack to fake his passport application if he had to get down there. But the Beams actually did get there. And together they both started to work on Malman to try to bring him into the fold. One thing Jim did realize, that Malman was brilliant in running a business. He ran the mission that was there on a thin penny, and so he realized maybe he could be the one to help get the People's Temple finances in order, because it was getting too much for Jim. Also, Beam told him upon arrival that things were getting bad in Indianapolis. They were really, most of the People's Temple was really upset that so much of the money was being filtered down to Brazil for the Jones family to live on and to look for properties and things like that in Brazil, and that not enough of it was being used there in Indianapolis also. But Russell Winberg, who Jim Jones had left in charge, was actually turning the church into a traditional Pentecostal church. So it was going back to the Bible. There had been a swing away from the communalism, because most Christians are capitalist, traditional Christians. So it was taking more of a capitalistic swing, and people were going back to just tithing 10% instead of giving more. So everything was starting to fall into disrepair, and as a result, the church was having difficulty paying its bills. They were getting collection letters. They had to do cash on delivery for the food they used to feed the poor. So he told him just how bad it was getting, because Weinberg was taking it back to a traditional church. Jack Beam and he kind of discussed the atmosphere in Brazil, and realized with the Assemblies of God already having such a hold there in the missionary world, as well as the use, a lot of the people there being of a voodoo type religion, that there was no part for them. But Jim did go out and study that voodoo type religion and learn some tricks from it. Tricks to make people, tricks to make people believe that he had more power than he did. So he did study it and brought some of that voodoo culture into his own mixed theology. But he also learned that Assemblies of God owned the area, and there was no hope for them in Belo Horizonte. They had to go elsewhere in Brazil if they really wanted to have a chance at starting their own mission. So he actually picked up his family, and they moved to Rio de Janeiro for a while, and with the hopes of starting a mission there, a People's Temple mission there. Bonnie Malman actually went with them. She was planning on staying with them until she started Bible college in Minnesota in the fall. While in Rio, they started an orphanage. They started an outreach for the poor, and rumors abided that Jim actually started sleeping with some of the politicians and diplomats' wives in Rio to get donations for his center. Now, no one knows if this is actually true or if this is just a rumor that Jim Jones started, but supposedly he, with the agreement of Marcelin, would have sex with diplomats' wives to get more money for their orphanage and their outreach in Rio. Also there, his mental illness started to take a turn for the worst. Finances were so bad for the church that they couldn't send money there to them as they had in the past. So things were just getting pretty dire. Again, he did learn from the voodoo religions of the area some more trickery. He also learned that started learning that the ends justify the means, that anything is okay as long as the outcome is good or what you want. So that would actually dictate a lot of his policy later on. Malman tried to counsel him from a distance, but they discovered Jim didn't really want to listen. So one day Edward Malman called him up and actually said, hey, we're going back to the USA for a while. We want to get Bonnie enrolled in her college and stuff. But Jones actually then convinced them, after they dropped Bonnie off in Minneapolis, could they please come to Indianapolis and help him get the church back on track. He really thought that Malman could help him financially get the church back on track. So Malman felt bad for him, so he said sure. So they took Bonnie up, got her enrolled in college, and then came down to Indianapolis to help Jim get the People's Temple financially back on track. Malman actually arrived in Indianapolis before Jim Jones. They were coming up from Rio, and they actually got there earlier. Well, Russell Weinberg had no idea they were coming, didn't know who he was, and he kind of felt abashed. So there was a lot of infighting now at the church. You had all the other associate pastors kind of against Weinberg, but then you had Malman coming in, and no one knew who was in charge, and there was a lot of infighting. And as a result, Weinberg left the church and took about half the parishioners with him to another church. And when Jim returned, you had about half the temple still there. Also had a lot of collection notices. They had literally been in Brazil 2 years, so he basically deserted the temple during this time, and it fell apart. So Malman kind of helped him financially get back to where they could pay their bills on the income, got everything back on track. But there was still a lot of things to be repaired around the church. And one morning, Jim and Malman went up to the roof of the church to patch a hole. And while he was up there, Malman had a vision. He had a vision of Jim Jones actually pushing him off that roof to his death. And he said it just felt like evil had settled over him. So it wasn't long after that Malman left and went back to Minnesota. And Jim Jones was left in charge of his own church again. Later on, Edward Malman would say that he had psychological training as part of his seminary, and he saw homicidal tendencies in Jones. He saw jealousy and the need to get rid of anybody he saw in his way, and he really felt that Jones saw him as a threat because he had helped get the church back on a good financial track, and a lot of the members had a lot of respect for him, as well as the other associate pastors had a lot of respect for him, and he thought Jim saw him as a threat to his throne, and that's why he left. Also, you had some trouble here between 𝗟cie𝗹𝗲 and the rest of the People's Temple. 𝗟cie𝗹𝗲 and his wife had been caring for a young single mother who was white in the church for a long time. They had taken her into their home. They had cared for her and her baby. They had just been parents to her. She didn't really have a family to speak of, and they wanted to legally adopt her. And Imes thought that the People's Temple would be wonderful with this, because if he was encouraging white families to adopt black children, why not black families adopt white children? Well, it wasn't like that at all. The church commission met. They basically, with the exception of Jack Beam, everyone else was against it. They told him it was terrible. They even started rumors that he had slept with this young lady, and that's why they wanted to adopt him. Just weird stuff. Made no sense at all. And Imes from that time said that his faith in the temple dropped. His faith in what they were really, because remember, he was a Universalist. He wasn't a Christian, so he had no religious bindings. The only thing binding him to the temple was their social agenda, which he thought was absolute equality, ignoring the color of one's skin, and this taught him that it wasn't like that, and he lost a lot of faith with the temple. He didn't leave just yet. He would eventually, but not yet. In the meantime, the only thing now making money for the temple is still the nursing homes. And with all this uproar in the city of Indianapolis, the KKK started coming back, all the threats started. Now with his church dwindled now to now just about 150, Jim Jones decided it was time to get out of Indiana. And he looked back to that Esquire article and discovered Northern California, Eureka, California, was on that list. And he actually sent James Beam out to California to scout for an appropriate place to move the church to California. And that's where we will stop with the end of the People's Temple in Indiana. San Francisco, California, 1970s. You might not think that that would be the pinnacle or the home of a evangelical Pentecostal church, but indeed it was. When Jim Jones and his family returned from Brazil, briefly to the Midwest, they set their sights on the Northern California town of Ukiah and Eureka, and then later to San Francisco, where they basically spent their time taking over the churches of other prominent pastors, spreading rumors about those pastors, and eventually taking their congregations. And all of this would lead up to the tragedy in Guyana in 1978. But today, we are going to go back in time to just after Jim Jones returned from Brazil and see how the temple flourished and also gave off a lot of signs of exactly what was going on there, with it just being a hard-up cult, and how those signs were overlooked. But today, we're going to explore Jim Jones and the People's Temple, the California years. We're heading into part 3 of Jim Jones and the People's Temple. Today, we're going to get into the California years. As you'll recall, in our previous 2 episodes, we dove into Jim Jones' childhood, his marriage, the early mental problems he seemed to exhibit as both a college student and as a pastor, later on a street preacher and a pastor. We looked at the rise of the People's Temple as a social justice machine in the city of Indianapolis, where where Jim Jones had received an appointment as director of human rights and therefore used that power to swell both his church and his coffers. He was operating 4 nursing homes, taking care of the elderly, and was inspired by the teachings of Father Divine in Philadelphia to have all his church members give literally everything to the church. He had also started to exhibit fears of paranoia, hypochondria. He actually was predicting an end of the world very soon by nuclear war, because we were in the throes of the Cold War by this time. So he started looking for a place where he and his followers would be safe from the impending nuclear disaster. So that kind of persuaded him to look around the globe. He tried out Hawaii, he tried out Guyana in the early days, but then he settled on Brazil, where he met a very prominent Church Assemblies of God missionary that was already there, Edward Malman, and started realizing that Brazil was already too far under the influence of other Protestant churches, so there was really no place for the People's Temple there. And he was running low on money. Russell Winberg, the pastor that had followed Jim Jones from the previous Methodist church he had been at, was basically usurping his power. So he had returned to Indiana along with Edward Malman to kind of put the church's finances back in order. They did that, but there was a lot of infighting. One pastor left the church, taking half the congregation, and the congregation from there just started to dwindle. He and Edward Malman had a falling out when Malman said that he had a vision that Jim Jones was going to push him to his death off the roof of the church, and also said later on that he could sense evil in Jim Jones, and he actually took his family and left. Because of all of these things, the fact he had lost his position as Human Rights Commissioner of Indianapolis, his power was waning, and basically his church dwindled to under 200 people. He then tapped Ross Case to travel to California, to the city of Eureka in Northern California, which, according to that same Esquire article, remember the Esquire article, he read that was telling 7 places on the face of the earth where you would be safe from nuclear disaster. Eureka, California was one of those. So he sent his loyalist, Ross Case, to California to scope that out. 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁's son, Norman Imes, was his pilot. They actually, he was flying toward Eureka, but during the trip, Norman reported that there was just no place to land around Eureka. So the closest place they could land was Ukiah, which was kind of halfway in between Eureka and San Francisco, and so that's where Ross Case landed and started to scout out. Much to Jones' dismay, Jones was not happy about that, but after he considered it, he looked at the Esquire article again, the map that was provided, and it seemed to be that anything in that general area of Eureka would be safe, so he fathomed that Ukiah would actually be a good place, so he told him to scout it out. It was a very rural area, not very heavily populated, so it was prime for moving, around 200 members from Indianapolis to there. He also sent Jack Beam, remember his other associate pastor, out to scout out California as well, but Jack Beam kind of betrayed him and ended up going to Hayward, California, and kind of setting up housekeeping there for his family, and tried to convince Jones that Hayward, which was a small city across the bay from San Francisco next to Oakland, would be a much better place for the church, as it was close to a lot of metropolitan centers and things of that nature. Jones did fly out for a visit. He kind of got all over Beam's case for choosing Hayward, because he said, I said Eureka or the Ukiah area, not Hayward. What are you doing here? And it actually caused kind of a rift between Beam and Jones for the next few years. He also started, back in Indianapolis, 𝗪cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁 was starting to get kind of sick of Jones. Remember, 𝗪cie was the only African-American associate pastor in the People's Temple. In fact, the only African-American that would ever occupy a high-ranking position in the People's Temple. We will get to the controversy around that. But he was starting to kind of get sick of Jones' professions of divinity. Remember, Jones has gone from a simple street preacher to a social justice warrior, for lack of a better term, now to considering himself God, because he's gotten under the influence of Father Divine. And 𝗪mes didn't really believe that, because 𝗪mes himself was Universalist. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't really believe in a higher power except for the collective good of humanity. So he knew Jones was full of shit. So he started to protest Jones' presumptions of his divinity and actually ordered Jones to please stop. And it put a rift forever between. 𝗪mes didn't leave the church just yet, but it began to put a rift between him and Jones. In fact, Jim Jones was quoted as telling 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁 and another temple member by the name of Hattie Carmel, I'm the only God you'll ever. We're now approaching 1965, and hostilities in Indianapolis are worse than ever. Since he no longer has the political push of the Indianapolis government behind him, he's getting more and more racist threats. Especially people outside of Indianapolis were not reacting very good to Jones' radio show, because he was starting to spout universalism, communism, socialism in a lot of his radio broadcasts, and it became downright hostile. The coffers, which had almost been drained by Russell Weinberg, as he stopped taking everybody's complete, or tried to stop taking everybody's complete paycheck, were starting to go back up because the 100 and just under 200 people or so that were still in the church were loyalists, and they were giving everything to Jones. A lot of them were elderly that depended on him, but he was getting everything. So the money started to pile back up, but even then Jones realized they had to get out of Indianapolis, and late 1965, Jones himself had a vision, conveniently, saying that he saw a nuclear war coming down January 15th, 1967, and it was time for them to get out of the Midwest and get out west where they would be safe. So he rented some Greyhound buses, put literally all of his less than 200 members on it, packed up, and headed for California with his flock to Ukiah, where 𝗏𝗏 had started to stake out areas where they could live, work, build a church, and fulfill the People's Temple dream of a socialist paradise. Upon arrival in Ukiah, he helped them find jobs. He himself took a job as a teacher at many of the local schools, so did Marcelin. They actually bought a little house where they started to invite members to live with them, and they started living within just a few miles of each other, and laid plans to start the People's Temple in the Redwood Valley, which was that area of California they were in Northern California, and to kind of build it into a commune where everybody could live together and have all their needs provided for by the church. But there was some discord going on, namely 𝗪𝗄𝗎 was reaching a breaking point with Jim Jones' claims of divinity, as was 𝗏𝗏. It was after a bitter argument with Jim Jones about his claims of divinity, about the way he seemed to rule the temple with an iron fist, that 𝗏𝗏 threw up his hands and said, "I'm done," in 1965, and left the church. However, he didn't find Ukiah, California all that different than Indianapolis, Indiana, because it was a very white area, a very country area, a very rural area. None of the residents took kindly to Jones' claims of divinity and his mixed theology of socialism and Christianity, and they, most of all, didn't take too well with the influx of African Americans coming into their midst. They still had there was still a lot of racism there. The black members of the People's Temple had a lot of trouble finding jobs and housing, so Jim Jones had to actually rent and buy houses enough to house those members, because the people of Ukiah weren't having it. They were kind of a country town, and because Jim Jones didn't have the political pull he had in Indianapolis, he really had to get out there and try to get some outreach and get people into the temple. So he started reaching out to the young people of the area, all the way out to Oakland and San Francisco, reached out to what you would generally call hippies. A lot of them had been disowned by their parents because of their, anti-Vietnam War stance, their beliefs in psychedelic drugs and the Woodstock era and all this stuff. So a lot of them, kind of fell into believing that Jones and his socialist ideas were a good thing, and he did influence a lot of them to come out to Ukiah and join his church. He also started an outreach because 𝗏𝗏 had not only started work as a teacher, but as a social worker too, as did Jim Jones. They were able to get some funding for what they were doing and actually started a drug rehab of sorts, though the way they handled the drug rehab was a little unscrupulous. It usually consisted of taking the drug addict into a home owned by one of the temple members, basically strapping them down to beds and leaving them there until the detox phase of rehab was over, keeping them through, the throes of fever and seizures and things you can have when you come out of when you're detoxing from a drug, mostly heroin. And kind of keeping them prisoner until the worst of it had passed, and then basically lording over them that they had basically saved their lives. So you see a lot of coercion going on even in these early days in California. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Shameless, TV show Shameless. Well, the youngest son in one of the later seasons actually started something similar to this. He was rehabbing people for money to pay his tuition to go back to military school, and it was about the same. He would lock them in the basement, tie them down during the detox, keep them prisoners there, you know, for several weeks until all the drug was out of their system, and then their parents would pay them him big money for this. This was essentially what Jones was doing. A lot of these people's parents would pay money. The people themselves would pay money. He would get funding from the local government because he was doing good works. So, yeah, it was very unscrupulous, but he did get a lot of members because of this. He also decided to flood the area with even more Temple loyalists by reaching back out to Indianapolis to the 50 or so people that had not come with him and asking them to come. Among these were the Cobb family. You had James and his wife Christina and his young son James Jr., who was a senior in high school. The Cobbs had, for simple reasons, financial reasons, not come with the temple. Why? Because James Cobb had been with the local steel mill for almost 30 years and had a very comfortable pension coming, as well as he had already topped out at pay. We're talking, you know, $14, $15, $16, $17 an hour in the 60s. So the Cobbs were doing quite well. They were very much upper middle class in Indianapolis. But Christine was a loyalist to Jim Jones, and Jim Jones reached out to her specifically and begged her to come. And Jones had a huge influence over a lot of his female members especially, and she came. She basically told her husband she was going. He could go or he could stay, that she was going. James, not wanting to break up his marriage of almost 40 years, left his job at the steel mill, gave up his good pay, probably gave up part of his pension, and left to go out to Ukiah, California, where he did odd jobs, carpentry, plumbing, anything you can imagine to make ends meet once they got out to Ukiah. The only person of the Cobb family that stayed behind for a little while was James Jr., who was an exceptionally talented athlete. He won scholarships in baseball, basketball, and football to many Midwestern schools, but he gave that up too and followed his parents out to Ukiah. And one of the first things that James Cobb Jr. said upon arriving in Ukiah, this place is too white. And old. I don't really have a whole lot in common with anybody here. The young people that were there were recovering drug addicts, so not really a whole lot there. The few young Temple members that had come from Indianapolis, he kind of bonded with them, and James Cobb Jr. would become one of the leaders in the youth movement of the People's Temple. But it was very definitely a hard road for him, because even though he wanted to be with his parents and had essentially given up scholarships to follow them out, he wasn't entirely sold. He still loved sports. One of the things that he did on his way out to Ukiah, he actually stopped in San Francisco and fulfilled a lifelong dream of a walk-up tryout with the San Francisco Giants, and did quite well, and was actually offered a spot on their farm team, also in the northern area of California, and started playing minor league baseball once he arrived. As well as he played in some local basketball leagues and a local football league, but Jones was highly concerned that sports was his main focus, not really the temple, and Jones wanted everything to be given to the temple. So what did Jones do? He basically took this young man in front of the congregation and shamed him for playing sports, saying it bred a violent nature, especially sports like football, and that it was taking his focus away from his church, and he should be ashamed. And he worked on this young man mentally and physically. Beatings of young people in the People's Temple by the church were not unusual, and basically manipulated this young man into giving up what could potentially have been a pro baseball career. And Jones' main weapon against young Cobb was his mother. He worked on him through his mother, and this was not unusual. Jones would often his entire life, have a very strange relationship with the women of the People's Temple. They occupied some of the highest positions in the church in reality, because they comprise what would come to be known as the planning commission of the church, was its tip-top level right under Jones. In fact, they kind of wielded a lot of influence on Jones. And the reason being is if you go all the way back to Marcelin, and then all the way back to his mother Lynetta, and then Myrtle Kennedy, you will see that Jones has a habit of going after women out of the norm in a lot of ways, especially those that are closest to him. They're a little bit out of the norm. They go against social mores, much like his mother and even Myrtle Kennedy. They're strong. They're seasoned. And he also was very comfortable with a matriarchy because his home had been a matriarchy. Lynetta was very much in control of the house because she wielded the money, same as Jim Jones. He wielded the money over his members. So his early days really will, if you go back and watch part 1, which I'll link here if you haven't seen that, I highly recommend watching parts 1 and 2. Go back, you'll see that Jim Jones was pretty much effed all the way from the womb. This kid didn't have a chance in hell, and he learned a lot of his manipulative behavior from his mother, from Myrtle Kennedy, and from a female Pentecostal preacher that essentially used him as a money-making tool in his early years. So he learned a lot about the wiles of women and how you can use them to control others. And so he had a whole lot of power over the women of the temple, and he used that to lord over the men by using mothers, wives, grandmothers against them. And this is how he reined in both of the Cobb men by use of Christina. In addition to trying to flood the area with temple members, he was having a hard time finding a home church for them. He briefly forged an alliance with an organization called the Church of the Golden Rule, which was a commune-like church in the area. They had 16,000 acres, land, dairy farms. They all used to not only sell stuff to the local area to make money, but they also used it to feed and clothe their members. And everyone lived on this commune, and it was a very happy thing. They even had a school at which both Jones and Marcelin taught at. So Jones forged an instant alliance with this church, but then started trying to do a power play. He basically flooded it with all these temple members and these rehabbed drug addicts that he had helped, and started flooding it, trying to essentially take over the church and their properties. Well, Church of the Golden Rule wasn't having it. They pushed back, and Jones again found themselves without a home base, and they started conducting services out of the members' homes because they all lived within just a couple of miles of each other. There was also, as I said before, still a lot of racism in the area, and a lot of the African-American members of the church were not happy. They couldn't find jobs. And the jobs they could find were very low paying. So he started using more and more manipulation and brainwashing to keep them there. Talking about how he was a God that lifted them out of poverty and out of racism in Indiana. He would do the same here. They owed him. You also started seeing the formation of his inner circle with the associate pastors, some of the women, and they started essentially brainwashing everyone and lording power over them. Beatings, as I'd said before, was not uncommon. And to kind of glob on top of all this tension that was going on in the area, there was a lot of friction in the Jones family. Lynetta, who had finally moved out there, started drinking. She was becoming an alcoholic, a lot like Jimmy's father, James Jones. Also stopped attending services. So you had his own mother living under his roof, not attending church. You also had Jim and Marcelin sleeping in separate rooms. Marcelin had grown tired of Jim and wanted nothing more than to divorce him, but she was afraid of him and therefore couldn't, so ended up living in the house with him, feigning to be a family for the sake of their children. In fact, many times Marcelin tried to leave and was pulled back in. You also had a lot of friction developing between Stephen Jones, their natural-born son, and his adopted brother, Jim Jr., who, as I said, was an African-American boy, the first one in the state of Indiana, adopted by a Caucasian family. And you started having a lot of friction between those two, because here was Stephen, Jim Jones' natural-born son, named something different than his father, and then an adopted son that was named Jim Jones Jr. to prove a political point. And you had a lot of friction between the two of them. Stephen started rebelling against his father's influence, especially where his mother was concerned. Stephen loved his mother very much, and she loved him, and they developed quite a special relationship. Stephen would later on say that he never developed that kind of relationship with his father. So his father was very jealous of the relationship that the two had, and often used the children against Marcelin. In fact, there was an instance where Marcelin had started a relationship with a highly educated man in the San Francisco area and had wanted to leave and go be with him. Well, Jim basically called her on the carpet in front of his children and used the children to keep her there, because the children, of course, said they wanted to stay home, all except Stephen. So you had a lot of manipulation going on here, not kosher at all. Now, we're approaching 1969. The People's Temple has finally built a church in a communal type area in Ukiah. Their membership has grown significantly. We're talking 400 to 500 people now. All of them giving their entire existence to Jim Jones. So you had basically what he had always aspired to, that socialist paradise where he was a king, coming into reality here in California. But he knew that there were power in numbers, so he always was looking to bring in influential temple members that could help him with the local governments that were starting to take notice of him and realize, we've got something in our midst. Is it good or is it bad? You know. So late 1969, we begin the story of Tim and Grace Stone. Tim Stone was a young lawyer, kind of a free spirit. He was from Colorado. He had been raised Presbyterian. He was a missionary for a long time in South America and was a civil rights attorney living in Berkeley, California. He was dating a young woman about 13 years younger than him by the name of Grace 𝗏𝗏. She was from California, very mature for her age. She met Tim one day out at a political conference, and he invited her back to his apartment. The two began dating, and they became a thing, a couple. They were very happy, very young, educated type of couple. They were both into arts and actually very much into materialism. They liked nice cars, nice things, had a nice apartment in Berkeley. Tim wanted to make a mark for himself as a civil rights attorney and really was working for the good of people. He worked pro bono a lot. He also was an avid supporter of the Republican Party because he was kind of very much into material possessions and believed in the freedom to own material possessions, but believed all of that should be going toward the public good. So he was a unique Republican. He considered himself a liberal Republican. His words, not mine. So, in fact, he was often quoted as saying, why should the Democratic Party get all the progressives out of default? He believes there was a place for them in the Republican Party, too. He also didn't believe there was anything wrong with possessions. Kind of sounds like an early libertarian to me. I'm a member of the Libertarian Party. We have a lot of, I believe that way. I believe you have the power to have nice things, but you should also help people, and that people should be allowed to do what they want to do. So I can get behind Tim Stone. It was just weird that he went to the Republican Party with that, but Libertarian Party probably wasn't really a thing. Tim got a gig as a public defender and a legal aid lawyer in the Redwood Valley of California, which was down the coast from Berkeley. Actually, up the coast from Berkeley in Redwood Valley, near Ukiah. And he got there, he was kind of tasked with renovating the entire legal aid office. So he and Grace moved up there for a summer and were working to renovate this office. Well, some of the local townspeople said that a local church commune group known as the People's Temple would probably send volunteers up to help get this office into shipshape. And as per record, they did. Jones immediately was drawn to Tim Stone because he saw Tim Stone as a highly motivated person, a lawyer, somebody that knew California law, somebody that wasn't afraid to fight for socialistic endeavors, and he could probably use this young man to help strengthen the temple in the area. So he immediately dispatched all the volunteers that Tim and Grace could ever need to renovate that legal aid office. Among them were Jim Cobb Jr., who had become a youth leader of sorts, and other youth leaders to help kind of bring Tim in. So you had other young people. Grace was about 19, so you had all of these youth members come in and kind of indoctrinate them into the church, invite them to church. And Tim started going to temple services. Grace wasn't so privy to it. She thought there was something strange going on there. Not really her scene, but, you know, she loved Tim and wanted, they were a young couple living, they weren't married yet, so she wanted to make this work. She really loved Tim, so she went to temple services too and kind of allowed herself to be sucked in as well. Well, it wasn't long before Jim Jones had kind of sucked him in, and Tim realized that the temple's mission of complete equality and everyone having an equal share was his belief. So he did officially join the People's Temple in late 1969, sold all of his possessions. He got rid of their nice apartment in Berkeley. He sold his car, which was a Porsche. He sold Grace's car. He sold everything and donated it all to the church and moved to Ukiah. On Jim Jones' urging, instead of working on the commune like everyone else, Jim Jones told him his calling was to help the temple strengthen their stronghold there and get some political favors turned in for them. Stone agreed, so Stone, instead of working on the commune, joined the DA's office in Ukiah as an assistant district attorney. Now, instead of living on the commune, living in communal houses like so many of the other members did, Tim and Grace were allowed to buy their own house or rent their own house outside the commune and live near the DA's office. So they had it much better, much easier than a lot of the temple members, which bred a lot of hostility with the other temple members. You had him pretty much working everyone else in temple-related jobs, on crops, you know, cleaning churches, doing volunteer work, that sort of thing, at the behest of the temple, and then just had the temple take care of their food and housing needs. And then you had these young, rich yuppies from Berkeley, a white man and a young Hispanic woman that was very white in appearance. And the only reason I'm saying this is that race would become a very volatile subject in the next few years. Now, living as rich lawyers, because even though that DA's job probably didn't pay a whole lot, it was a whole lot to these temple members, and they were watching them live in much more opulence than any other temple member. So you had a lot of hostility starting to breed within the temple as a social order started to form. You know, you had the top tier, middle tier, and then the rank and file, which pretty much were all black. You had white people and light-skinned Hispanics at the top, and then you had the black people at the bottom doing the grunt work. So there's starting to be little cracks form in his very forward-thinking ideology. Also, to kind of rein Grace in, Jim Jones urged Tim to go ahead and marry Grace to kind of keep her there, to keep Tim happy. And they did. Grace was kind of apprehensive to get married now that Tim was completely engulfed in the church, but she did. And as a result, Tim, as soon as their wedding was over, they had a very brief honeymoon, and then Tim threw himself into working. Jones wasn't done with just him working 12 hours a day as a DA. He had him going to political rallies at night, going to meetings, town council meetings, really pleading the advancement of the People's Temple there in Ukiah. So he had him literally working all the time, between being a lawyer during the day and going to political functions and rallies, forwarding the cause of the temple at night. Tim was working easily 18 hours a day, and as a result, Grace was becoming very unhappy. She was at home alone all the time. Unlike the other women in the temple, she wasn't forced to work. So she became very, very defiant, very miserable. They also, even though the temple allowed Tim and Grace to have more material possessions than the others, still that didn't make her happy. Also, around 1970, you had another very influential family join the temple, the Laytons, Larry and Carolyn Layton. Were teachers and pacifists. They both came from a Quaker background. Larry had a drug problem, and they had come to Ukiah for a new start. They had heard about this church out there that was doing these wonderful things. So they moved out to California for a new start, immediately joined the church, and Larry turned to the drug rehab services of the temple to kind of get his life back, along with his wife, Carolyn. They were both teachers. They also recruited in other teachers that they worked with in the local area. One of these was Bobby Houston, who had moved from Berkeley to Ukiah to become a teacher. And they invited Houston to temple services, and pretty soon he sucked his family, he and his wife Phyllis, also into the temple. Now, one unique thing about Bobby Houston, he's distantly related to me. I did not realize that until I did my research. I found out a whole lot of interesting things. So he was a distant cousin of mine who would play a pretty important role in the temple. So it's a small world, ain't it? So Carolyn became Jim Jones' first known affair within the temple. It was not long after her and Larry donated everything they had to the church, helped bring in new members, and were working also in the nearby area as teachers, donating their entire paychecks to the temple, that Marcelin and Jim's marital problems kind of boiled over, and Jim basically took Carolyn Layton as a surrogate wife. And he did this very openly in front of not only temple members, but also his son Stephen. His son Stephen recounts on a day when he and his father went out on an outing. He thought they were going out for some ice cream or something, but instead they ended up at the house where Larry and Carolyn Layton lived. Larry was not there. He very clearly heard them having sexual relations in the next room while he sat there. It was about this time that Marcelin had hurt her back. She was basically in traction, and Jim very blatantly moved Carolyn into the house, and Carolyn took over mothering duties for the Jones children. It wasn't long after this that Carolyn and Larry divorced, Larry basically giving his wife over to Father Jones, considering Father Jones the better man, I suppose, but still remained a loyal temple member. In fact, Larry would be one of the first members of Jim Jones' elite Red Guard, which we will talk about. So now you had Stephen growing ever more apprehensive about his father, because now he's not only having an affair, he's moved the woman in and is usurping Marcelin's role as mother. Marcelin attempted another ensconce away during this time, but was also wrestled back in by her children. Their marriage was pretty much basically over, only in name. And about this time, Carolyn became pregnant with Jim Jones' son named John, who they would later call Chemo. K-I-M-O would be the young boy's nickname, and he was raised right along with the Jones children in the Jones house. As a result of his father having a child out of wedlock with Carolyn Layton, it was now another child for Stephen Jones to compete with in his eyes. Stephen actually attempted to take his own life by ingesting a bunch of his father's barbiturates or downers, which Jim Jones had continuously abused since Indianapolis, and attempted to take those. It was only after Marcelin realized what had happened that he got the medical care he needed and did not die. But the problems between Stephen Jones and Jim Jones would continue to grow from this time going forward. And Marceline would start to try to shield her only biological son from his father's wrath, also from all the evil that she now sensed was around them. So now we have 7 children living in the Jones house. You had Jim Jones Jr., Stephen, you had Lou, you had Susan, you had Agnes, and now you had Carolyn Layton and Jim Jones' son, Chemo, now living there as well. So this, as well as Lynetta and other members of the temple that didn't have their own housing. So you had housing bursting over. Jim Jones also around this time, we're in the early 70s now, adopted a policy of bringing in new members from all over, San Francisco, Oakland, back in Indiana, and he would house them with temple members. The only temple members that were exempt from this appeared to be the Stones. Now, Tim Stone was now working approximately 100 hours a week, doing different things for the temple. And Grace wasn't having it. Remember Grace Stone? She just wasn't happy. She begged Tim to stop, spend more time with her. Let's get out of there. And as a result, Tim reached out to Jim and asked him what could he do to make his wife happy. And Jim generously offered to start housing people around Grace's age with them so that she would have somebody to talk to. And he did. A young woman by the name of Jeanette Kearns, who was the daughter of a longtime member that had moved to Florida before the Indianapolis flight out to California, actually moved out to be with her parents, and she was housed with the Stones, and her and Grace did become good friends. They went shopping, they hung out. Jim Jones allowed Grace, because he needed Tim so badly, he allowed Grace and Jeanette to go out shopping, to do things that other temple members weren't allowed to do, just to keep Tim happy. Also, Jim wanted to kind of solidify his control over the Stones, because he did fear that Grace was going to turn Tim against the temple. So not only did he start housing young people with them and giving her something to do, he worked on Tim Stone and said that it was their responsibility to basically keep the women of the temple satisfied. It was now long established and long known that Jim Jones, not in addition to Carolyn Layton, had had affairs with numerous women in the temple and men. Lots of the men had said that they had had homosexual relations with Jim Jones. That came out even more in San Francisco, but so it wasn't unheard of for people to have sexual relationships with Jim Jones, who was now called father by his flock. And he basically pressed upon Tim Stone that he should take a lover outside of his marriage, a very young woman in the temple who had low self-esteem and was a single mother. She had had a very bad marriage and had an older daughter by her ex-husband, and also 2 children by an African-American man that she had had a relationship with after her marriage, but was now a single mother raising all of them. Her name originally was Linda Amos, but she had changed her name once joining the temple to Sharon. And Tim was convinced by Jim Jones to have an affair with Sharon because she needed the self-esteem help, and he did. And Jim Jones did not hesitate to lord this over Grace, to show Grace that he could control her husband 100%. Grace herself also became pregnant, and Sharon Amos started to lord the fact that she was sleeping with Grace's husband over Grace, and encouraged Grace to have an abortion because the world was overpopulating and Tim had no time to be a father, and she was a selfish person if she had the baby. Well, Grace basically told her to shove it, and that she did have the baby. Grace went into labor on January 25th, 1972. Tim drove her to the hospital, and there John Victor Stone was born. And why am I telling you this story? Because a week after they received the birth certificate, this was February 6, 1972, Tim drew up an official legal document stating that he had asked his Reverend Jim Jones to sire a son by his wife, Grace, and that John Victor Stone was that child, and he was not the biological father because he couldn't father children. Everybody signed it. Marcelyn Jones actually witnessed it, so now she thinks Jim Jones has yet another child. It would later come out that Grace had indeed slept with Jim Jones. Whether or not it was of her own will, we don't know, but we do know they did have a physical relationship. So now we have yet another son sired by Jim Jones coming into the fold, and he pretty much at this point has the Stones underneath his thumb, and Tim Stone would continue to forward the political and legal rights and legal strength of the People's Temple. Also in 1972, Carolyn Layton's younger sister, Annie Moore, joined the temple. She had fell in love with what the People's Temple was doing on a visit with her parents to visit Carolyn. They were kind of distressed that their daughter had divorced Larry and was now pretty much living openly as a mistress to Jim Jones, but Annie had pretty much drunk the Kool-Aid, not to be crass, and she actually returned after attending nursing school to join the temple and became a nurse at the commune dispensary and medical clinic. Also, another young woman by the name of 𝗵𝗂𝗀𝗃 joined about this time and also became a member of Jones' inner circle, along with Carolyn, Marcelyn, Annie, and for a certain extent Sharon, and became very close to Jim Jones. It was rumored that Jim Jones was having a sexual affair with all of them. We know that this is confirmed by Maria. Wasn't real clear whether or not he did with Annie, but given his history, we're going to say yes, because that's how he lorded power over women. So you have what would later be known as the Planning Commission in San Francisco, now forming in Ukiah, this group of about 4 to 5 women that would lord power over the temple at the direction of Jim Jones. He also decided now was the time to further the growth of his church and to invade other areas of California, namely San Francisco, Los Angeles, and to get back out to the Midwest. So Jim Jones started diverting a lot of general temple funds to the purchase of used Greyhound buses, and he purchased about 10 of them, and he and the closest members of his congregation would board these buses and go over to San Francisco and hold tent revivals and church revivals, down to Los Angeles and do the same, and then toward the Midwest, going as far as Ohio to recruit new members. And these became a huge event for the towns in which they did them. They did recruit a lot of people. And a lot of the people that they recruited in the Midwest, mostly African Americans, would sell all their possessions and come back to California. So you had a growing temple and a growing temple divide. You now have the majority of the People's Temple being poor whites and blacks and educated upper middle class or middle class whites, liberal thinking whites. Among some of these new liberal members would be a young woman by the name of Joyce Shaw, who heard him speak in San Francisco, heard Jim Jones speak in San Francisco. She was an employee of the University of California system. It was there at a temple event she met Bob Houston. Remember my good cousin Bob Houston, who was also married to a woman named Phyllis, but though it was a loveless marriage, they weren't sleeping together, and he actually fell in love with Joyce Shaw. Joyce Shaw did with him, and they actually went to Jim Jones and asked for permission from Jim Jones and his inner sanctum to carry on a romantic relationship, and permission was granted, but with some provisions. Joyce Shaw had to leave San Francisco and move to Ukiah and pledge as much as 25% of her income to the temple, and that her and Bob could not live together. Bob still had to live with his wife Phyllis, even though they weren't sleeping together and were married only in name. They accepted the terms because they wanted to be together, but none of them would be very happy about it. And Bob Houston and Joyce Shaw would be among the earliest defectors from the temple. Eventually, Shaw and Houston kind of got a bait of it, and they moved in together, even against Jim Jones' wishes. But because of their knowledge of marketing and publicity, both of them had been, Bob had been part of the original outreach into LA, San Francisco, things of that nature. And also, while with the University of California, Joyce Shaw had helped put out a lot of the university newspapers. He knew that he wanted to publish a temple newspaper that would go out daily, and he wanted that to be the newspaper of choice for anybody interested in the temple. So he kind of overlooked their open defiance of him and basically gave them the task of putting out this newspaper, which turned out to be a huge success, and they worked 20 hours a day on it. And eventually Shaw would rise to the higher ranks of the temple, even as far as the planning commission, before she would defect. Because of the newspaper reach into Oakland and San Francisco, even all the way down to LA, you had a lot of interest in the temple. So you had a lot of African American churches in both San Francisco and Los Angeles invite Jones out to speak. So Jones and his people would travel to these churches and have these services and kind of seek to unify with these very well-established African-American churches in the cities. Among them was Macedonia Baptist Church, one of the largest African-American churches in the city of San Francisco. And Jim Jones really sought this out. He brought in all of his temple members. He swelled services. He brought in a lot of money. And the pastor, of course, wanted to keep bringing him in to bring people to see him. So he kind of joined up with the People's Temple as a common outreach. And as a result, Jim would actually house young temple members, mostly women, in the pastor's house when they were coming over to San Francisco to do missions work. However, when this pastor saw that Jim Jones was more about the power than the mission and was actually seeking to take over his church, the pastor said no thank you and basically tried to force Jones back out. Jones left, but took 250 members of the Macedonia Baptist Church with him and left behind a litany of rumors saying that this married pastor had had a sexual relationship with the People's Temple female members that had stayed with him during their mission trips. So Jones is back up to his old hijinks of trying to take over churches. And it made a lot of these pastors look bad. He not only did it to the pastor of the Macedonia Baptist Church, but others. And he started to peel off a huge amount of members from these churches. And as a result, he bought a huge church in downtown San Francisco. He bought a huge church in the inner city of LA and started People's Temple San Francisco and People's Temple Los Angeles, which swelled to hundreds of members each. Jones also heard that Father Divine had passed. Remember Father Divine in Philadelphia? Leaving his wife, Mother Divine, his second wife, in charge of his flock. Jim and his followers made a pilgrimage back to Philadelphia to Woodmont, which was Father Divine's estate, and paid their respects to Father Divine's tomb, which was on the property. Then, at a banquet that very night, Jones made a proclamation that he was the reincarnation of Father Divine and that everyone should follow him. Well, Mother Divine, or Edna, called bullshit, and basically it turned into an all-out brawl between temple members and members of Father Divine's flock. And Jones and his supporters were forced out. Before they left Philadelphia to return to California, though, Jones did send buses to the hotels in which the members of Father Divine's flock stayed and tried to recruit as many members away from Mother Divine as he could, and he only ended up with maybe a handful of elderly women that needed housing and nursing home care. So he did take these women back, taking their Social Security checks and everything else with him. and took them back to California. What, much to his delight, that Jim Jones realized upon getting these elderly women back to California is that Father Divine willed a certain portion of his estates and his property to all of his church members. So all of them owned a certain portion. So he had all of these elderly women write the parts of the Divine Empire that they owned over to Jim Jones. The ladies weren't quite into it. That wasn't part of the bargain, they said. So Jim Jones actually had some of his loyalists fake their own deaths. They would drop dead on Jim Jones' orders in front of these women, and then Jones would resurrect them. Well, these elderly women, which already had a propensity to cult behavior, believed right away that Jones had divine powers and signed their portions of the Divine Empire over to Jim Jones. However, he didn't read the fine print, because everything on the member's death reverted back to the head of the Divine Church and could not be just willed out to whoever. So when these ladies died, their portion of Father Divine's empire went right back to Mother Divine. So Mother Divine was still a thorn in Jim Jones' side that he wanted to get away from. But his head is swelling, and now that he sees the kind of power he can lord over people, i.e. over these elderly members of Father Divine's church, that he decided he can do that to everybody. He already has free reign to sleep with whomever he wanted to in the temple. He has mistresses living openly with him and nobody questions it. He has people donating all their worldly possessions to him, a slave-like loyalty. He basically just says, I am everything that you will ever need. If you want me to be your friend, I'll be your friend. If you want me to be your lover, I'll be your lover. If you want me to be your father, I'll be your father. If you want me to be your God, I am your God. But you must follow me. And the church's membership has now swelled to well over 2,000 members between Los Angeles and San Francisco. And all of these 2,000 members were not only giving pretty much their entire paychecks from their normal 9-to-5 day or night jobs to the temple, they were also working an additional 8 to 10 hours every day or night for the temple itself. So they were working to bring money into the temple, and then they were also giving the rest of their time to the temple. So you literally had people sleeping 1 to 2 hours. In fact, some ex-temple members said it was often a rite of passage, a bragging right, who could sleep the least. Oh, you slept 2 hours? I only slept an hour and a half. You know, that kind of bullshit. So this is exactly how brainwashed these people had become. They really believed Jim Jones was the reincarnation of the Messiah, and they really believed that their future lied with him, that American society was about to crumble and he was their only hope. You also had the temple hierarchy begin to form with the appointment of the Temple Planning Commission, which was women: Carolyn Layton, her sister Annie, Maria, Shaw, Ames, and Marcelin. And so these were the ones that were the closest to Jim Jones, and they were all white women, most of them having a sexual affair with Jim Jones. And you started having a lot of people kind of grumbling and seeing how the hierarchy really functioned, that it really wasn't as open and equal as they had been led to believe, because you had a higher echelons of white women, then you had another tier, which was his associate pastors. Remember, 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝐼 Hines is the only black person in that. And then you had everyone else, which was mostly black. So you really did have the same type of social discord, or the same type of social evils that you saw in the outside world now starting to take form in the temple. You also had a bunch of new recruits in 1973 that actually put forth a manifesto charging the temple with these very evils. They said that the hierarchy was white and that people of color were the lower ranks. There was also a lot of brainwashing and other things that led to dysfunction and disharmony within the temple. And so because of this, a lot of people started to defect. And among them were longtime temple loyalists like James Bean, Associate Pastor James Bean. He said peace out, took his family. You had Joyce Shaw from the actual Inner Sanctum, the actual Planning Commission, bug out as well. Her husband, Bob Houston, they had split up by this time. The amount of hours and stuff they were having to work, also attempted to leave the temple. He was found murdered on his night job with the railroad, so he didn't make it very far, unfortunately. And Jim Jones started to see his power in the state of California starting to crumble, much the way it had in Indiana. And so in 1973, he sent 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁 down to Guyana to scout out a potential place to relocate the temple again. And 𝗹𝗿𝗁 went down. And in 1974, because of, along with 𝗹𝗿𝗁 and Ames and other members of the church, they actually bought 3,000 acres from the Guyanese government. And Houston was not the only mysterious death of people that were considered defectors from the temple. So he was just one of many. So it became kind of a thing for people to just mysteriously die if they opposed Jim Jones. So right after the purchase of the land, he sent 500 people, led by 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁, down to Guyana, and they began construction on Jim Jones' ultimate social paradise. And for a long time, things were really good in Guyana. They worked 8 hours a day. They got all the food they needed. It was really good for the early people that went down to Jonestown. Jim Jones was very careful about how he dealt with the Guyanese government. He actually got special dispensations from them. A lot of people say that it was very strange he was able to get the kind of leniency from the Guyanese government that he did, but he was able to bring over lots of money, lots of guns, anything that he would need for protection, and the Guyanese government seemed to look the other way. He also got their blessing on taking passports and other travel documents from temple members once they arrived. Lots of stuff that normal people wouldn't be able to do. Also, he tried to kind of solidify his position in California one last time, and that was because in 1975, temple members had gotten a reputation of being able to show up for any social movement, any gathering that needed to be done, that a temple members could be there in a split second and put out quite a showing. So a lot of politicians started to take notice of that and realize if they got Jim Jones on their side, they could sweep elections with the help of his temple. Now, we're talking maybe 2,000 members in San Francisco, you know. Lots of people said 5,000. I don't know if the People's Temple was ever that powerful in just one city. I'm sure there were 5,000 or 6,000 people in all of California, but I don't know about one city. But that was the numbers that Jim Jones was said to have could bring out for politicians. So he caught the eye of a very progressive candidate for mayor in 1975 by the name of George Moscone. It was said because of Jim Jones' involvement and the fact that he was able to turn out people for Moscone, that Moscone narrowly won the mayoral election in 1975. Now, a lot of rumors around this. There was a lot of accusations from the other side that people voted twice, that dead people voted, that same kind of stuff you hear today. I'm sure some of it's true, just like some of it's true today. So I'm sure it wasn't entirely on the up and up how George Moscone won with the help of the People's Temple. But because Jim Jones did help him pull out a victory, Moscone appointed Jones chairman of the San Francisco Housing Commission later in 1975. And from that commissionship, he was able to fill it with temple loyalists and therefore really dictate housing and who got housing and where affordable housing was put in the city of San Francisco. He also became enthralled with other local politicians of the day. Jerry Brown, who would be a longtime governor of California, sang his praises. Mervyn Dymally, Willie Brown, who did wonderful things for the city of San Francisco. And surprisingly to me, as a gay person, Harvey Milk, who did a wonderful amount of outreach and progression for the LGBT community of San Francisco by being the first councilman, openly gay councilman elected. All of these people were friends of Jim Jones, and all these people continued to sing his praises even after all the crap started to go down in Guyana. So he was praised by a lot of progressive politicians. The enemies of these people were the conservatives that they had defeated, namely among them Ronald Reagan, who was a governor of California. But Ronald Reagan was a huge point of contention for these people because he did bring a lot of conservative policies to a now becoming very progressive California. Now we know California is a very progressive state with not a whole lot of conservatives in power. In the 70s, it was just the opposite. So Jim Jones was a force for helping bring in a lot of these conservative candidates by bringing out the People's Temple for their votes. And it wasn't just California politicians that loved Jim Jones and that Jim Jones had influence with. You had Rosalind Carter, who was First Lady during the late 70s, come in and meet with Jim Jones. You had Vice President Walter Mondale in the days before the 76 presidential election coming in to speak with Jim Jones, meeting Jim Jones. Jim Jones was among the very few people that went on to Mondale's private jet to meet him. And you had a lot of really progressive politicians. So you had Jim Jones rising to power in California, specifically in San Francisco. But you also had some dissension and some potential warning spots going on. Jones was starting to do things called white nights. These were practiced suicides, mass suicides, even while in San Francisco. He would actually bring out drinks to everyone, and everybody would drink and be having a good time. Then he would get up and say, "You've just drank poison." So he wanted to see what people's reaction would be. Of course, 50-50. A lot of people were very content to die with him, and a lot of people started flipping out. What about my kids? What about my family? And from that way, he could see what was really who was really loyal, and he started punishing those that weren't loyal. But he started seeing people that weren't loyal even in his closest inner sanctum. In fact, Joyce Shaw, this was when her and Bob Houston left the church when he started the White Knights. And of course, Houston, as I had said earlier, was found dead, potentially murdered, not long. Also, Grace Stone, who left him and ran to Lake Tahoe in late 1976. Even though her husband, Tim, whom she did divorce, would remain with the temple, even almost to the point of the massacre in Jonestown. He would later defect, but after the White Knights, Shaw, Grace Stone, Bob Houston were out. Late 1977, a San Francisco magazine was poised to publish a multiple-part series on the People's Temple, most of it based on the testimony of defectors. And Jim Jones, up until this point, because of his political power, had managed to silence any dissension of the temple, because he had very powerful friends. But this magazine was not having it, and Jim Jones actually was able to get the reporter on the phone the night before it ran and get the reporter to read the first part of it. During the reading, he actually scribbled on a piece of paper and held it up for his temple members to say, "We're going to Guyana. We're out." In so many words, he knew that the publication of this article would lead to investigations, would lead to other people leaving. He saw his empire, even with his political power, starting to crumble. So he resigned his position with the Housing Commission, and he and 1,000 more of his members flooded into Guyana to join the other 500 or 600 that were already there. When Jim Jones came in, 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁, who had been down there from the beginning, he and his wife left immediately. But when they heard that Jim Jones was on the way, they said, "We're out." And they actually attempted to leave with $45,000 of the temple's money. He and his wife made it back to San Francisco. They did return the money, but they told Jim Jones they were out. So 𝗟cie 𝗹𝗿𝗁, his longtime associate pastor, out. That article from New West magazine dropped the very day that Jim Jones arrived in Guyana. swelling the population of Jonestown to way more than it could accommodate. So you had what was, for the early members down there under the control of 𝗟𝘂𝗋𝗋, a very nice place to be. Everybody had plenty to eat. Everybody had their freedom to come and go as you please. Everybody was happy. Then you had Jim Jones arriving with another 1,000 loyalists, swelling the population to what would turn Jonestown into a poverty camp, as well as putting it under the thumb of an ever more demented dictator by the name of Jim Jones. And this is where we're going to stop. Part 3. And next part we'll pick up with the final days of Jonestown.
Than usual, so that we may bring you the following NBC News special report.
James Warren Jones, better known as the Reverend Jim Jones. To some, he was a powerful spiritual leader, a good man. At various times, he said he was the reincarnation of Christ and Lenin. His 19-year-old son, Stephen, now sees him this way.
I hate this man for doing what he's done because he has destroyed everything I've lived for.
NBC News reports Jonestown, November 1978. How could it happen? In New York, here is NBC News correspondent Edwin Newman.
Good evening. It's now 4 days since 5 Americans were shot down by other Americans on the airstrip at Port Kaituma, Guyana. One of the dead was Representative Leo Ryan of California. 2 were NBC newsmen, correspondent Don Harris and cameraman Bob Brown. They had gone to investigate a cult called the People's Temple, headed by a man known as the Reverend Jim Jones, and they were killed by members of that cult.
Going into part 4 of the People's Temple and Jim Jones, the Guyana years, and the massacre itself. When we last left Jim Jones, he had just fled San Francisco, California, giving up a lot of political power because of a very poignant article to be appearing in New West magazine that basically blew the lid off the temple because of all the defectors that were coming out and telling about the abuses and the abuses of power that went on in the temple. So before that was actually published, he pulled up roots with about 1,000 of his loyalists and diverged on Jonestown. Now, there were actually 2 locations of the People's Temple in Guyana. There was Jonestown, the settlement that we all know about, that was about 2 hours from Georgetown, the capital, through the jungle. But at Georgetown, you also had a People's Temple house that was purchased and actually occupied by Sharon Ames and her 3 children, as well as other members of his inner sanctum on a rotating basis that actually took radio broadcasts from the States and checked up on the news and what was going on in California. So if you were in that People's Temple house, you were a loyalist to Jones. So he had you had People's Temple in Georgetown and the People's Temple in actual Jonestown. When Jim Jones arrived, the attitude around the People's Temple and the way of life changed. First of all, you had way more people than Jonestown could accommodate, and you had lots of people having to turn around and very quickly build shelters. Now, the People's Temple kind of descended into chaos because 𝗟𝘂𝗋𝗋, who had done such a wonderful job setting up their agriculture and their buildings, had absconded with his wife and $45,000 of the People's Temple money and had left once he heard Jones was on his way. So Jones became very, very paranoid, very, very mistrusting of everybody, because now he's seeing so many people in his inner circle leaving. 𝗟𝘂, you had Joyce Shaw, Bobby Houston, so many people that, Grace Stone, so many people that had been in his very inner workings that were now turning on him. Among them, his own daughter, Suzanne Jones, the younger of the 2 Korean children that they had adopted early on, had married another temple member by the name of Mike Cartmel. She and her husband left Jonestown not long after Jim Jones arrived, his own daughter. So from the time that she left to the time they both died, both Jim and Marshallin referred to her as evil and the child they wish they had never had. So much for family loyalty, I suppose. So Jonestown went from a very nice place to be that did the things that it was intended to do, that is, give people a place where they could work together and live together and have fun together and, you know, just live a good life, to a slave camp, because they had to quickly build shelters. So you had people sleeping in very overcrowded cabins. They basically dissolved all marriages because it was way too much logistical prowess was needed to put families together. So they just decided, okay, we're just going to dissolve all marriages because we really can't house all the families together. We don't have enough houses. So they basically split up families, put husbands and wives and brothers and sisters in separate cabins. They took all of the children from their parents, and the children were raised in one communal daycare center. They were able to spend a few hours each night with their biological parents. You had about 30 children born into that. Once they were born, their mothers had them for a little while to nurse them, and then they were taken and raised by women in this communal center. This was overseen by Marceline and by Annie Moore. So you had families split up. Also, before Jim Jones' arrival, they were eating fairly well. They had a balanced diet. But because of the strain on Jonestown resources, there just wasn't enough money coming in. That often happens with socialism and communism. You had people now being sustained on a cup of rice 3 times a day. So you went from having a rather balanced diet to living on rice 3 times a day, plus very back-breaking 12-hour days. When Archie was in charge, you had people working 7 or 8 hours a day, actually enjoying their jobs. When Jones arrived, he pretty much busied everybody to get the camp up to what he wanted very quickly. So you had people working 12, 14 hours a day, doing very back-breaking types of work, being fed a cup of rice 3 times a day, and pretty much held prisoner at night. At night, they were brought to the centralized pavilion that he had constructed in the middle of the camp, and they were subjugated to his rantings over and over on a nightly basis. That he continued to have the white nights, the practice mass suicides. This became a weekly event where people would just say, hey, you know, when's our next practice suicide going to be? Can you imagine actually living like that? You also had people that were so slavishly loyal to him that he actually turned people against each other. Like, they listened to him hours upon hours a day. When they were working, there was a loudspeaker that was broadcasting his voice. All news that came in from the mainland came through him. It was given to him, and then he translated it out to his followers, so they never know the truth. They were not allowed to listen to radios, to have any news, to have any letters from their family. So they didn't know what was going on in the real world, and they only knew what Jones told them, which was that all first world countries were expelling people of color, putting them into concentration camps, making them think that the outside world had become a living hell. And that's what he was telling them. He was also telling them that he was sending people to them that were going to pretend to want to leave, and if they wanted to remain loyal to him and have the kind of paradise they wanted, they should turn them in. So people started ratting on each other pretty much. Nobody trusted anything. You had brothers telling on sisters, husbands telling on wives, and vice versa, children telling on parents. He fostered such an attitude of paranoia that people couldn't exist. You didn't know who to trust. To compound this, Jones had delved further into mental illness. He was also severely addicted to quaaludes, so he wasn't always there, and a lot of his rantings became a slurred nightmare. And he would tell people that the doctor was giving him the wrong medicine, that he couldn't trust anybody, especially former lawyer Tim Stone, who by this time had seen what was going down and left Jonestown. He attempted to take John V. Stone, remember the child that he said was Jim Jones, but Jim Jones refused to let him take him. So now you had Tim Stone and Grace initiating a custody suit in the United States, trying to get their son back. So he delved even more into paranoia. He lived in the largest house in Jonestown, of course, that had a refrigerator, that had soft drinks, that had meat, that had salads, that vegetables, fruits. You know, he ate a balanced diet, as did his inner sanctum, because within the inner sanctum, with him in that same house, lived Marceline, lived Annie Moore, lived Carolyn Layton, and lived Maria Kataris. And there were Carolyn Layton's son Chemo and John V. Stone. So, and Maria actually became John V. Stone's surrogate mother. She loved him. She raised him. And so you had him living openly with all of his lovers. Annie's main charge, outside of working some at the daycare center and working at the Temple Medical Clinic, was to be Jim Jones' personal nurse, and she's the one that kept him drugged up. You had Carolyn, who basically was the de facto leader. She had horned out Marceline a long time ago. She would travel between Georgetown and Jonestown quite a bit. She spent a lot of time with Sharon Ames at the Georgetown house, getting the news, listening to taking care of their affairs in the Guyana capital. A lot of Jonestown was now pretty much wrecked. They had, even though Archie Ames had done his best to grow crops and become self-sustainable, they had actually wrecked the topsoil at Jonestown, and so crops began to be harder to plant and would not grow, so they were finding themselves having to go deeper into the jungle and clear out more jungle land to try to plant crops. Also, Jones was so paranoid, even though the temple by late 1978 had about $28 million in liquid money at their disposal that he could have used to make conditions better for his followers at Jonestown, he did not. He was so fearful that the CIA and Tim Stone and every other crooked politician out there was after him that he refused to use any of it for the benefit of his people. And as a result, they became malnourished, they became overworked, they slipped into a dementia. You know, if you're overworked and starved, you're not quite right in the head. So you started to see a lot of cognitive dissonance among the people at Jonestown, and you had physical disease. Dysentery was a frequent plague that tormented the people of Jonestown. So you had just a lot of misery. Schoolhouse, which taught all levels, grade levels, and the women that were in his inner sanctum, Maria, Carolyn, Marceline, were the ones that taught at this school. They taught what Jim Jones thought the children of Jonestown should learn, and that was communist and socialist propaganda. They studied Lenin, Stalin. He was in frequent communication with the Soviet Union because it was his ultimate desire to defect to the Soviet Union and take his flock with him. But the Soviet Union, because we were approaching, the height of the Cold War, was a little apprehensive about taking him on. And as a result, you did have the CIA and the FBI looking into Jim Jones because of his communication with the Soviet Union. You also still had people in San Francisco that were slavishly loyal to him, that put out still that same newspaper that went out. You also had a lot of politicians like George Moscone and Jerry Brown and Willie Brown and Harvey Milk that spoke well of him. They kind of ignored the reports of what was going on in Jonestown. They considered it just pointless propaganda. So Jim Jones still, in America, didn't really have the reputation of being a madman. He was just a preacher that took his flock to Ghana. There really wasn't a whole lot of Jim Jones is crazy until after it all went down. Because of his paranoia, he decided he needed more protection, and he basically started his own Secret Service / Gestapo / private guard unit called the Red Brigade, led by Larry Layton. And these people were armed members of the temple that defended Jones and guarded the camp. They basically took up a perimeter around the camp and guarded it with automatic weapons. Punishment in the temple, there was no capital punishment officially, but there were boxes that were small that resembled, prison, road prison solitary confinement boxes that were basically the size of coffins that anybody caught trying to leave, talking against Father Jones, as most of the people in the commune called him, would be put into these coffin-like boxes for days without food or water as punishment. They also were very liberal with giving them Valium, Thorazine, other barbiturates that would basically keep them in a stupor. So that's pretty much how they kept people under control, was drugging them. 68% of the people at Jonestown were African American, and about 25% of the People's Temple were elderly, and their Social Security checks brought in about $65,000 a month. So now we're approaching fall of 1978. You have defectors back in California talking all kinds of smack against the People's Temple. You now have people, highly placed people like 𝗟𝗫 𝗫𝗿 and Jackie Shaw, Jim Jones, one of Jim Jones' own children, defecting and coming back to California and telling heinous stories of the abuses that were going on down there. And you had a custody battle against, initiated by the Stones to get their son John V. Stone back. So you did finally have a new level of politician elected in California, and you had some that really wanted to investigate the People's Temple because so many of their constituents were members, and among them was Leo Ryan. Leo Ryan was born May 5th, 1925 in Nebraska. He was a Democrat representing the 11th Congressional District in California, which held the vast majority of Jonestown members. And as a result, he had a lot of communication with defectors and families of those people in Jonestown that were speaking out, saying what kind of abuses were going on in Jonestown. And so he began an investigation. And that only heightened, of course, Jim Jones' feelings of paranoia, but he was actually negotiating a visit to the People's Temple in late November of 1978 just to see what was going on. He had no preconceived notions. He just wanted to see what was going on. And after a lot of bureaucratic red tape between both Guyana and the People's Temple, they finally agreed that he could come down and visit between November 16th and November 18th of 1978. So now we're going to take up just a few days before the massacre occurred. Back home in the United States, some family members of people in the Jonestown commune were preparing to go with Leo Ryan and his assistant, 𝗥𝗲𝗵, down to Guyana, as well as reporters from NBC, including reporter Tim Reederman, who wrote the distinctive book on Jim Jones called Raven. This is where I got the majority of my information. Very well written book. I highly recommend it. I will put the link to it on Audible down below. Highly recommend checking that out. And you had photographers and other members of the family, including Sharon Ames' ex-husband, the first ex-husband, who was going down to visit his daughter, Leanne, who was living with her mother in Georgetown at the house, the People's Temple house in Ghana's capital. So you had them leave to go down around the 15th, 16th of November. They took off and landed in Georgetown and to make final preparations for their visit to Jonestown. Now, prior to them arriving, the Jonestown basketball team, which included all of Jim Jones' sons, except for Lou, you had Stephen, Jim Jones Jr., and Tim, all part of the Jonestown basketball team that was scheduled to play a game against the Guyanese national team in Jonestown from November 14th through 18th of 1978. And Jim Jones was wanting to cancel the visit because he wanted all of his family there. He wanted as many people under his thumb as he could get. But this was a huge point of contention between him and Marceline. Marceline really was pushing for her sons to be able to go and play that game. I think she knew that something bad was going to happen and she wanted to get them out of there. So there was a huge point of contention between the two, but it was agreed that they should go. So all of Jim Jones' sons, except for Lou, were actually in Georgetown when all this went down. They were staying at the Temple house to play their basketball games. Leo Ryan, upon arriving in Georgetown, went to the Temple house and kind of barged in to announce his arrival. He did shake hands with Stephen Jones and spoke to Sharon Ames to get final approval to go on to Jonestown. Sharon was pretty hostile with him, but she did radio ahead and finally get clearance for the reporters, for the family members, and for Congressman Ryan and his staff to go on into Jonestown. You had the visitors arriving at 𝗏𝗂𝗃, which was kind of the halfway point between Georgetown and Jonestown, on November 17th. They were met by a group of Jim Jones' Red Brigade, led by Larry Layton, and were taken back via a tractor pulling a cart to the People's Temple in Jonestown. Upon arrival, they were shown around the temple by Marcelin, shown the medical clinic, the school, the children's quarters. They were shown around, and then they were allowed to go talk to their relatives, for the ones that had come, and allowed to kind of commune. Later that night, they were treated to a sort of a banquet in the pavilion, where they saw things like fried chicken, salad, mashed potatoes, you know, normal American food. Only come to find out that was specially planned for that night. I mean, they weren't just going to serve them a cup of rice, were they? And so they listened to the People's Temple Children's Choir sing. They were able to talk with relatives, and kind of, honestly, Leo Ryan had a very good opinion of the People's Temple by this point. I mean, it seemed to him that people there were there because of their own volition, and he really wasn't thinking too much of it. But just before the banquet ended, you did have a couple of people that wanted to get out, that did pass notes to some of the reporters. One of them was actually seen by a young boy who actually called out, hey, he passed a note. And so you had a little bit of commotion. Jim Jones insisted that Leo and his staff stay overnight, so they slept in one of the cabins. None of them slept real well, they said, because they just felt they were being watched and really weren't wanted. Finally, the morning of November 18th, 1978, first thing Jim Jones does when he wakes up is radio Georgetown and order Sharon to tell his son and the basketball team to come back. Stephen Jones actually said, no, I'm not going to. We promised we were going to play the Guyanese team, and we were going to finish out our games. It wouldn't look good. And a huge argument between Stephen Jones, one of many that they'd had, over their time being on this earth, erupted. But in the end, the basketball team stayed, and they went on to play their game. So Leo Ryan and his staff are up, they're dressed, and they're heading out. He makes an announcement that anyone that wants to go with them is welcome to, not to worry about passports or anything like that. They'll take care of that in Jonestown because they're under the protection of the United States government. And about 15 people step out to go. You did have a confrontation between some parents and Marcelin Jones over them taking some of the minor children from the communal school. Their parents were going to leave, and they were going to take their children with them. You did have Congressman Ryan attacked by Red Brigade member Don Sly, who attacked and cut him with a knife. And of course, they were more than in a hurry to get out of there after that. So they did finally get the child. They boarded the dump truck and headed back to 𝗏𝗂𝗃, to the airstrip. While all this was going on, you had a small band of People's Temple members that wanted to get out without anyone knowing they had led by Leslie Wagner. She was the Leslie Wagner Wilson. She was a longtime People's Temple member that had been brought in by her mother, that were longtime members. And she wasn't digging the whole Jonestown experience. So she was among a group of people that escaped into the jungle about 9:30 that morning that found their way to Georgetown. She was actually married to Joe Wilson, a member of the Red Brigade. She carried their son, 𝗥𝗏𝗀𝗃, who was 3. She tied him on her stomach flattened out with sheets, and carried him all the way through the jungle. About 30 miles they hiked to get out. All this is going on while the commotion with Leo Ryan is going on in the middle of Jonestown. Among the defectors that left for 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗻 was Larry Layton, a longtime member of the Red Brigade. Many of the other members that had left were very skeptical, and they begged Congressman Ryan not to allow him to go or to check him for weapons once they reached the airstrip. Congressman Ryan promised that they would indeed check him before he was allowed to board either of the planes. Remember, they came down on one small airplane, one small Cessna. Now they had to have two because there were way more people going back that had gone down, and they had radioed ahead for two planes. So they arrived at 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗻. Once there, they disembarked, and according to the reporters like Tim Reederman that survived, Congressman Ryan did start checking people for weapons, the defectors. He did check them for weapons, and he started dividing them among the airplanes. They were both waiting to board their planes. Some people started to board a smaller plane, others the larger plane. Larry Layton was there. He was checked. No weapons were found on him. But before they could all board the planes, a contingent of Jones' Red Brigade pulled up behind them in a dump truck. They kind of surveyed as if they were looking for somebody. Obviously, they were looking for the congressman, and they began firing with automatic weapons. They killed Congressman Ryan. They killed several of the defectors. They killed some of the family members. They wounded Jackie Spear, Congressman Ryan's assistant, who's now a politician in California herself. She actually played dead. They killed the photographer from NBC, Tim Reederman. He was able to escape by running into the jungle. Once he was in the jungle, he said he heard silence, and then he heard more shots. Among those shooting was, of course, Larry Layton, because that had been his plan all along. He did have a handgun. It was his job, he said, to get into one of the planes and shoot the pilot in the head once they were airborne to kill everybody on the plane. And he did assist the Jonestown guards in shooting those that they had shot from a distance. They came back and shot them at point blank, and that's what Tim Reederman said. He heard silence, and many of the other survivors, some of the survivors did run into the jungle, and he said they heard silence, then they heard what sounded like very deliberate shots as the survivors were finished off. While that was going on, you had all hell breaking loose back at Jonestown. You had Jim Jones basically ordering a white night that his inner contingent, Marceline, Maria, Annie, all of them had a part in. They actually brought out a fruit-flavored drink. I've heard some people say it was Kool-Aid. Some people say it was Flavor-Aid. He did have Kool-Aid there. It was actually shown in reports. But he also had Flavor-Aid. So no one's really sure which he used. There's always a joke that he couldn't even spot, for the extra penny when they were going to kill themselves. But anyway, he started ordering people, his inner contingent, to bring out the fruit-flavored drink and mix it with cyanide, barbiturates, quaaludes. They basically put a whole ton of stuff that would stop your heart, bring you down, that kind of thing into this, and prepared for an actual mass suicide. All the time, Jim Jones ranting about how it's over, how there were people in the jungle that were going to kill the congressman, and he couldn't stop them, even though pretty plain that he had ordered it, and he could stop it at any time. And so he was speaking to his flock, telling them to prepare to step over. This was the best thing they could do.
Violence will take it by force. If we can't live in peace, then let's die in peace. We've been so betrayed. We have been so terribly betrayed. But we tried, and as Jack Beam often said, I don't know where he's at right this moment. Where's Jack? He said, if this only worked one day, it was worthwhile. Medicare. Because what's going to happen here in a matter of a few minutes is that one of those people on that plane is going to shoot the pilot. I know that. I didn't plan it, but I know it's going to happen. They're going to shoot that pilot, and down comes that plane into the jungle. And we had better not have any of our children left when it's over, because they'll parachute in here on us. I'm telling you just as plain as I know how to tell you. I've never lied to you. I never have lied to you. I know that's what's going to happen. That's what he intends to do, and he will do it. He'll do it. Fortunately, being so bewildered with many.
Christine Miller, who was a longtime member that had joined in the inner city of Los Angeles, she actually stood up and gave a very rousing reason as to why they shouldn't do this, and I'll play that for you here.
San Francisco will not be idle over this. They'll not take our death in vain, you know. Yes, Christine?
Is it too late for Russia?
Here's why it's too late for Russia. They killed. They started to kill. That's why it makes it too late for Russia. Otherwise, I'd said, Russia, you bet your life. But it's too late. I can't control these people. They're out there. They've gone with their guns, and it's too late. And once we kill anybody, at least that's the way I've always put my lot with you. If one of my people do something, it's me. Now they say I don't have to take the blame for this, but I don't live that way. They said deliver up 𝗪𝗓, who tried to get the man back here. 𝗪𝗓, whose mother has been lying on him and trying to break up this family, and they've all agreed to kill us by any means necessary. You think I'm going to deliver them, 𝗪𝗓? Not on your life. No. No, you're not going. You're not going. You're not going. I can't live that way. I cannot live that way. I've lived for all, and I'll die for all. I've been living on hope for a long time, Christine. I appreciate it. You've always been a very good agitator. I like agitation because you got to see two sides of one issue, two sides of a question. But what those people are going to get done, what they get through, will make our life worse than hell. Will make the Russians not accept us. When they get through lying, they told so many lies between there and that truck that we are done in as far as any other alternative.
Well, I said let's make an airlift to Russia. That's what I say. I don't think nothing is impossible.
But how are we going to
believe it?
How are you going to airlift to Russia?
Well, I thought they said if we got in an emergency, they gave you a code to let them know.
No, they did. They gave us the code that they'd let us know of an issue, not us create an issue for them. They said if they saw the country coming down, they'd give us the code. They'd give us a code. You can check on there and see if it's on the code. You can check with Russia to see if they'll take us in immediately, otherwise we die. I don't know what else you say to these people. But to me, death is not a fearful thing. It's living that's treacherous. I have never seen anything like this before in my life. I've never seen people
give them their lives for those people that left.
You know how many left?
20 odd. That's a small
20 odd.
Compared to what's here.
20 odd. But what's going to happen when they don't leave? I hope that they could leave, but what's going to happen when they don't leave?
You mean the people here?
Yeah, what's going to happen to us when they don't leave, when they get on the plane and the plane goes down?
I don't think it'll go down.
You don't think it'll go down? I wish I could tell you were right, but I'm right. There's one man there who blames, and rightfully so, 𝗙𝗵𝗁 for the murder of his mother. And he'll stop that pilot by any means necessary. He'll do it. That plane will come out of the air. There's no way you fly a plane without a pilot.
I wasn't speaking about that plane. I was speaking about the plane for us to go to Russia.
To Russia. You think Russia's going to want? No, not going to. We're not. You think Russia's going to want us with all this stigma? We had some value, but now we don't have any value.
Well, I don't see it like that. I mean, I feel like that as long as there's life, there's hope. That's my faith.
Well, everybody dies. Someplace that hope runs out because everybody dies. I haven't seen anybody yet that didn't die. And I like to choose my own kind of death for a change. I'm tired of being tormented to hell. That's what I'm tired of. Tired of it. 1,200 people's lives in my hand.
But I look at our babies and I think they deserve to live.
I agree.
You know?
But also they deserve, what's more, they deserve peace.
We all came here for peace.
And have we had it?
No.
I tried to give it to you. I've laid down my life practically. I've practically died every day to give you peace, and you've still not had any peace. You look better than I've seen you in a long while, but it's still not the kind of peace that I wanted to give you. So, a person's a fool that continues to say that you're a winner when you lose.
Stopped to rest.
It's over, sister. It's over. We made that day. We made a beautiful day. And let's make it a beautiful day. That's what
we win when we go down. Tim Stone has nobody else to hate. He has nobody else to hate. Then he'll destroy himself. I'm speaking here not as the administrator. I'm speaking as a prophet today.
But unfortunately, another member of the temple did kind of shut her up by saying that her life had been extended to this day because of Father Jones, and she should just take her poison, pretty much. It was also about the time that Christine Miller stopped speaking that the murder squad from 𝗏𝗏 arrived back in Jonestown and told Jim Jones that the deed was done, and he announced to his flock that the congressman has been shot, the congressman has been murdered. So there's no going back now. They'll torture us. They'll torture our seniors. They'll torture our children. We've got to step over. We've got to take the poison like they did in ancient Greece. This man was crazy. And so they started with the children. They actually took the children that were, in a communal living arrangement and started herding them up, and they started taking syringes without needles and shooting the liquid into their mouth. You had parents that were grabbing their children, trying to run with them. Those parents were taken by the Red Brigade. Their children were given the poison, and the parents were injected with actual syringe needles in the arms. No one was getting away. And once all of the children were gone, the adults started drinking the poison willingly, too. They would actually go up, take a cup, drink it, and go out to lay with their family and die. I don't know, a nice way to say that. I don't know if you've ever seen or read about cyanide poisoning, but it's not pleasant. That's even one thing that another promise that Jim Jones broke, that it wasn't painful. Death by cyanide's not pleasant. It closes your airways. It causes you to convulse. It causes you to froth at the mouth. None of these were peaceful deaths. They were very painful deaths on top of everything else. And so you had these people, whether or not they really wanted to, I think they felt there was no other way out. And so they started taking it. Those that didn't want to were held at gunpoint and injected with it, including Christine Miller. And eventually they were all dead. They had all expired. Jim Jones forever continued to talk until every last person was dead. And being that he couldn't bear to take the poison like a normal person, like a normal member of his flock, he was actually found dead of a gunshot wound to the back of the head, which leads people to believe that he ordered one of his Red Brigade members to shoot him. Among the dead were members of Jones' families. Lou Jones and his wife and baby were dead. Agnes Jones, his adopted daughter, her husband and 4 children died. In the Jones house, Annie Moore was found dead, as was Maria Cantaris, as well as John Victor Stone and Chemo, the son he had with Carolyn Layton, as well as Carolyn Layton, were all found dead in Jim Jones' in the house that he shared with them. Now, Marcelin Jones was found lying among the children. It is very highly rumored that she waited until all the children were dead and then took the poison herself willingly. And all the time knowing that her sons were safe, that she had saved as many of her sons as she could. And I have mixed feelings about Marcelin Jones and the entire inner sanctum. They were pretty much in control. Jim Jones was so backed out on drugs that they could have easily stopped this, but there were letters and communications found between these women that were in his inner sanctum that showed they were just as evil and demented as he is. They were talking about the logistics of doing a mass suicide. How would we kill everybody? So do I hold Jim Jones 100% responsible? No. I think his inner sanctum, these women that he knew so well, that were just as deeply involved as he was. Now, Jonestown and 𝗵𝗁𝗄𝗏 were not the only places where people died. Also in Georgetown, you had Sharon Ames, who had allowed her oldest daughter Leanne to meet her father briefly as he came over, and then her father was actually not at 𝗵𝗁𝗄𝗏. He had actually made plans with Leanne to take her fishing the next day, so he had come to the Georgetown house to see his daughter, had dinner with her, had a very pleasant conversation, and then promised to pick her up about 7 in the morning, and had gone back to his hotel. So he wasn't at 𝗵𝗁𝗄𝗏 when all this went down. So Leanne was able to reconnect with her father before she died. But Sharon, following Jim Jones' orders, actually killed her 2 youngest children, Krista and Martin, age 11 and 10, with knives. Then asked her older daughter, Leanna, to slit her throat, which Leanna did. Once Sharon was dead, Leanna slit her own throat and died. And this was what Stephen Jones and the basketball team walked back into when they returned from their game. And no, none of them took their own lives. Stephen Jones said he realized at that moment that his mother had saved him and his 2 brothers. Later that day, reports started to come into Georgetown and the United States. The airstrip was searched for survivors, and his survivors were taken to various military hospitals in South America before being transferred back to the United States. A contingent of Guyanese and American military actually went into Jonestown to do the cleanup. They said that they actually thought they were going in to arrest Jones for the murders at the airstrip. And once they flew over, they said what looked like confetti on the ground at Jonestown turned out to be bodies. Once they landed, they discovered that most of the People's Temple, over 918 people, were dead. The only survivors were the ones that had defected into the jungle, and one 76-year-old woman that hid under her bed when Jones called the White Knight that day. And she was found hiding in her cabin. Among the papers were found the communications between the inner sanctum, where they were talking about the logistics of how to do this, as well as what could only be construed as the People's Temple, Jim Jones' last will and testament, written by Marcelin, that basically willed everything to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. There's a lot of conspiracy theories related to the Jonestown massacre. Each among them was CIA involvement in the wiping out of Jonestown. There's rumors that the CIA actually installed Jim Jones down there as a way to overthrow the Guyanese government, and he turned against them. An agent named Richard Dwyer actually set up the assassination attempt of Congressman Ryan to essentially frame the People's Temple and basically get them wiped out, and that this CIA agent by the name of Dwyer was actually at 𝗵𝗁𝗄𝗏 and was shot during the massacre himself because he was part of setting it up. Now, none of that's ever been substantiated, but there's lots of rumors like that. In the end, what do I think? I think Jim Jones was a product of his environment. I think this man was doomed from the womb. He was a severely mentally ill boy that was neglected and raised by 2 very mentally ill people who basically neglected him. He was then raised by a religious zealot And his earliest memories was of religion. I think religion kind of went to his head, and then as did the readings of communism and socialism, and it all kind of got muddled in his head. And being severely mentally ill, later on having a drug problem, I think he just ascended into madness and took his people with him. Do I think he's evil? Yeah, I think he's pretty much evil. Anybody that can do the kinds of things that he did, mentally ill or not, has to have some sort of evil in him. I would lead to believe, I couldn't really find any notes on his autopsy, so I would lead him to believe that he was probably a psychopath and a sociopath both. I don't think he was capable of true empathy, so I think that was a lot. Now, do I think he's the only one responsible for this? No. The women that were his inner sanctum were just as guilty. They could have stopped this at any time, especially considering that Jones was highly debilitated because of drug use. I think they could have stopped this at any time and didn't. So they are easily guilty and pretty evil themselves. So I don't put this all on Jim Jones, but this would never have happened if it hadn't have been for him. I think his foray into socialism, wanting to do good, was just a cover for his actual intentions of wanting to be a dictator, much like Stalin and Lenin and Hitler that he had read about as a child, coupled with being exposed to religion and seeing how religion can be used as a tool to control minds. I think it was just the perfect storm. I think, like Hitler, he was the perfect personification of evil for his time. Now, as I said, a lot of conspiracy theories. The Dwyer one, there was also rumors that the Layton family were highly involved in the CIA, and actually Larry Layton's sister Debbie was one of the treasurers, and she did defect. She left Jonestown before November 18th, 1978, so that's probably, to me, the conspiracy theory that holds the most water, is that maybe the CIA had something to do with it, though I can't really find anything substantiating it, just a couple of news articles from tabloids of the day that talk about it. So, in the end, I think we have to come to the consensus that he was just an evil man that started a cult, descended into delusion, took his followers with him, and the result were both suicides and murder. Some of these people did commit suicide, but some of them were out and out murdered. And so that's the way I look at it. To date, it is still the largest mass suicide on record here in the United States, and I hope nothing ever outdoes it. I hope we don't have another one of this caliber ever. But I have truly, truly enjoyed doing this. I hope you have too. I will be back very soon with a white-collar crime video. I will also be back next weekend with our next round of deep dives. I will be taking on the Chris and Shanann Watts case, so that'll probably be a multi-parter. I hope you'll tune in for that. Always support the channel. Links are below. Always appreciated, never required. Thanks so much, everyone. 𝗙𝗂𝗀𝗃. Out.